Good morning and welcome to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development for this Thursday, March 6th of 2025. My name is Councillor Evan Duncan, Chair of this committee. I'm joined today by Councillor Santos, Schreier, and Wyatt. Also joined by several members of the public service, including our Senior Committee Clerk, Ms. Cowan, and Director Boris. Before we get started, I would like to do our land acknowledgement. I do acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota people, and in the homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 41st Nation in Treaty 3 territory. Thank you very much on that. And before we get started, could I have a motion to accept the last?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. And again, a good morning to everyone. We have several delegations to get to. So at this time, I will turn it over to our committee clerk.
Okay, so the first delegate is John Kaloran, who's speaking with respect to Report 1. John had previously indicated that he's not able to be here today and was accordingly requesting an adjournment of his item. But I don't see him in the Zoom meeting, so perhaps we can move along.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, John's here. He's under Vincent.
Yes, sorry, it's an unrecognized name. Okay, so you have up to 10 minutes for your presentation with respect to item 1.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Vincent Galuran, and I am the landowner of the property, and I'm here today to request a refund of the inspection fee that was charged around November 2024. As outlined in the vacant bylaw, a refund of inspection fees may be granted if the committee determines that reasonable action have been taken to ensure the reoccupancy of the property. And I believe that my case meets this criteria for the following reason. First, we have been actively planning the development of the property for several months now with the intent of contributing to the community by providing affordable housing units. Our permit application was submitted in September, and a demolition permit was also applied on November 2024. However, both of these applications are still pending. Last week, on February 24, our variance was approved, and it's still on the pending on the appeal side. And we anticipate obtaining our development and building permit hopefully within the next 6 weeks. In addition, we got our demolition permit, and the demolition has already commenced and it's nearing completion now. Second, we have consistently made every reasonable effort to comply with the bylaws and the regulation in a timely manner. For instance, when we received a garbage compliance order a few months ago, we fully addressed the issue within a week. We also have an additional compliance order regarding the condition of the property, which will be resolved upon the completion of this demolition, which will be hopefully this week as well. This inspection fee places, and third, must ask you to start your video. The host asks you to start your video. Okay. And third, the inspection fee places an undue financial burden on our development efforts. Allocating these funds towards the project will be more beneficial. Given these circumstances, I respectfully request your consideration in refunding the inspection fee, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is it Vincent, would you like to be referred to as, or John?
Vincent. Yeah.
Perfect. So Vincent, I saw a hand go up here for a question. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, thank you, Vincent. Question I have is, I listened to your intently to your presentation, and I didn't hear anything specific in terms of why we should waive this fee. You said that you were compliant in terms of a garbage order. You gave us dates in September and November, but you didn't say specifically why we should waive this fee.
While I was reading the vacant bylaw in regards with this, and and it says that I did reasonable actions to make sure that we act actively developing or like make sure the building will be done, which we have done in the last several months.
But clearly, it wasn't proactive because it took staff to come out to do enforcement. That you weren't acting proactively, because typically our staff only go out to enforce when there's a complaint. And they don't have the resources to go out proactively typically to do enforcement, so it's a complaint-based system. So there had to be complaints for them to react typically, and that means that the matter was well beyond where it should have been, and that's why there was an enforcement mechanism that kicked in to require you to then you stepped up to start doing this stuff, which is wonderful. However, it still required our staff to do enforcement, so there's really no reason why I should waive the fee here. I haven't heard anything different.
Well, yeah. Well, when we had this, when we had the property, we purchased the property around like April 2024, and from then on, we have made we have filed for like all the permit application to have it like demolished, to do all those things to prevent any complaints from the neighbor. Like we want the property to be developed, but just the processing to be at this point right now is quite extensive. So
My question is when you purchased the property, was it in the condition that it was in?
yes.
Okay, so you bought it knowing full well that there were some issues with the property.
At that time, yes. At that time, when we purchased the property, we know that it was vacant. Correct.
Well, vacant or it was not in compliance?
Oh, well, just those compliance came in like after like several months. It was
with the condition of the property, the way it was. Anybody who's buying a property in that type of condition would probably ask questions and say, well, is the property really up with this, appropriate or following city bylaws? Did your legal counsel who you hired to do the transaction for the purchase of the property not point that out to you?
well at the very first, when we purchased the property, like the variance has already been approved and everything, and we were ready like to begin to demolish, develop. But when we had a review of the building, it wasn't very, as I say, it wasn't very pretty. Like there's a lot of room for improvement with because at that time it's like a dormitory type that was approved, and we didn't want that kind of living for the community. We wanted much better, so we hired another architect to make it more pretty, to make it more livable, to make it so that it will be a better living once it's done.
Okay. I'll ask questions of the public service later. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no other questions at this time. John, I appreciate your time this morning, and we will hear from the public service on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
And before I apologize, we'll let John go here. Before we move into delegations 2 through 7, Julie, Amy, Richard, John, Janice, and Joel, on item number 5, thank you very much. Just to give the delegations here who are here to speak, it's my understanding that the committee is supportive of this. I'm not going to speak for them. However, just to keep that in mind in your comments, happy to hear from all of you. However,
Mr. Chairperson, I'm more than happy to hear from everybody, but I'm prepared to suspend the rules and deal with the item right now and vote in favor of it. And so everybody,
Councillor Santos did express that there was some that it's important for them to speak, which I'm happy again to hear from.
Excuse me.
Yeah, just a moment, please, Janice. Happy to hear from the delegations. However, I want the delegations to know as they go into here, as now Councillor Wyatt has backed me up on this, the committee is supportive. So keeping that in mind, happy to hear from one or 6 of you, but we'll,
Present all together.
yeah, or,
Chair Duncan?
yes.
If I may, I'm going to say it's going to be unanimous as well.
Okay,
So
so again, just to reinforce to the delegates, we'll start now with the delegations. I'll turn it back over to the clerk, but please keep in mind that the committee is unanimously supportive.
We have a busy agenda with items.
Yes. Madam Clerk?
Okay, so first on the list to speak is Julie Steinberg, but I don't see Julie in the Zoom meeting, so we'll move on to Amy Greenspoon. Amy is also not in the meeting, so I will move on to Richard Wisnowski, who's speaking with respect to report 5.
Not much to add, just wanted to share my support for the submission.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to Richard Greenspoon, and I don't think Richard is in the Zoom meeting with us. So we'll move on to Janice Nathanson.
Hi, I just
Hey,
wanted
Janice.
to say thank you for, sorry, I'll turn on my video. I just wanted to say thank you for having us here and for honoring it. And we're, on behalf of my family and my father's business associates, just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very much, Janice, and I appreciate you coming here, and so does the committee. Our intention is not to not hear from you. We just want you to know that we're supportive as well, so we
I
appreciate it.
understand.
Thank you.
Okay, so next to be heard with respect to report 5 is Joel Prusky. So Joel, we're just asking you to start your video.
Good morning, Joel.
Hi. Oh, and we'll just need you to unmute yourself there, Joel, and you can.
There we go. Hi.
Hi.
Well, I just want to say I'm very supportive of the idea. I've known Monty for the past almost 20 years, and I think this is a great thing to do.
Thank you, Joel. Appreciate your comments and appreciate all the delegates that came to speak to this today. Thank you.
Okay, so the next delegation is Louise May with respect to report 4. Louise is with us in the gallery today.
Good morning, Louise.
Hi. Hello.
I'm sorry, does this mean delegation 5 is over? I'm Monty Nathanson's granddaughter.
Ashley, your delegation will be heard after Louise, but please remain muted until your name
Oh,
is.
apologies. I thought we were done with the item. I thought you said report 4.
No.
Thank you, Louise.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to let others here present speak to very specific issues in terms of the details. I want to focus on the motions that are on the table and potentially some other motions that you might discuss and move forward with today or in subsequent meetings. And I want to really impress that, in my opinion, the most important one for this committee to approve is the motion to rescind the development permit that was issued in October that allowed the tree cutting to happen in the first place. And I'm going to state my case as to why I think that's the most important and most pressing at this moment. And I know it's a lot of detail, but I have a lot of questions around the permit itself. And I know I'm not allowed to ask questions to this committee, but I want to make sure that the councillors that are making the decisions know what the questions or at least take into account the questions that I'm proposing be answered today. Okay, so first of all, I've asked this question to my own counselor and received a reply for it, but I want it to be known that this permit was issued without regard for provincial law. We have a Provincial Cemeteries Act, which is law, and that permit was issued saying that the trees could be cut down when, in fact, in the law, they cannot. So for that reason only, this permit should be rescinded. I received back from my counselor the explanation of that, which is even more damning. And that is that the city does not consider, by some odd definition of technicalities, of bureaucratic technicalities, that this is not a cemetery, is what we're being told by staff. How can this not be a cemetery? well, personally, I've known it to be a cemetery from an early age, and now we have ample evidence through the historical research that we'll come forward with today, but also I am aware that much more research is being done at the behest of the province to make sure that this cemetery is done right by. And so it would be, I don't know what the definitions are, but it is up to this committee to make sure that this is understood to be a cemetery, that there is no doubt that this is a cemetery. There can be no definition that makes this not a cemetery. So I don't think that is adequate. There's another much larger question that many of us as tree advocates have been asking for years, but now we have a specific instance of it. How can a permit be issued to cut trees when we don't have a tree bylaw? We don't have anything in place that says you can or cannot cut trees independent of actual development proposals. In this case, there is no approved development proposal. In fact, there is a not approved development proposal. And so therefore, no extra permit should have been issued. Why was the area councillor not informed in October that this permit was going to be going out? Why was the community? Everyone knows this is a contentious issue, that the proponent could come in and simply cut down trees without the community knowing, with calls going to the councillor when the councillor saying, I don't know how this permit got issued. I didn't even know there was a permit. To me, this is something that should have been at least told to our counselor so that he could have informed us. The permit also the permit does not clarify where the presumed cemetery is and make an exception for it, saying, maybe you can cut trees, but make sure not to do that. There's no indication that there's any kind of decision-making about where the trees can be cut and where they cannot. And in fact, the terms that are used are highly suspicious, like tree grubbing. Who here knows what tree grubbing is? And vegetation, the term vegetation is used in other places. Why would we be not looking at that the reality that has been shown for over 4 years of even the most marginal definition of the graveyard that was put forward by Tokal themselves? Why would that have not come into play in the issuing of that permit? And lastly, and this is very disturbing, that as a very broad collective ad hoc group of people working to preserve and save this, one of the things that an individual did was to put forward a FIPA request to see the application and the permit, and that has been blocked. And I'm told it's being blocked. Our FIPA request, which was put in at the beginning of January, has been blocked by the proponent. This is what I'm being told. I would really like a full explanation of that. If that is the case, that is absolutely not right. We should have had access to that information. Our FIPA request for the application.
Questions, please. Councillor Wyatt, please continue with your presentation.
One of our members made a FIPA request for the application for this permit, the development permit that allowed the cutting of the trees in October. Okay, so that is one of the motions that's on your table today. Now I'm going to tell you why it has to go through, that we need that rescinded. And I can understand your hesitancy to do so. This is very litigious, and I know personally about that. But we have to step up and do what's right. So the reason that this has to be rescinded right now is because all of the other means and mechanisms that we have in play right now do not adequately prevent the proponent from coming in and cutting down all the trees, which he has said repeatedly to the media. He has said it under oath in our court cases that the owner's plan, the directive from the owner to the planner is to cut down every single tree. So we know that he has said it at the municipal board. He said it at the original injunction hearing. He said it at the contempt motion hearing. So those are on record of him saying he is going to cut down every single tree. So when we know that this is the aggressive move that developer is planning on taking without having any kind of development permit, and in fact, we shall hear soon what the municipal board has to say about that. And that will, help move this forward, but it does not protect the trees. So currently, the only thing, and Mr. Winthrop has said this under oath as well, the only thing that is preventing him from cutting down all the trees is the private prosecution that I have personally laid against Mr. Winthrop and Mr. Yaryapur personally for issuing the directive to cut down those trees. Okay, and that has already been tested once. They tried to make me remove it in my contempt hearing. The judge removed that. That judge would not hear that. She proclaimed, and it's in writing, that has to take its due course and it deserves its own day in court. Okay, but that got delayed once from February 20th to February 15th. So what could happen on February 15th is that we could have the Manitoba Prosecution Services say, no, we don't think this is a case, we're throwing it out. And so April 16th, we will again be faced as a community, powerless with the trees coming down, with no tools available, despite months of very heavy lobbying and years of active lobbying. So here we're going to be April 15th, potentially with no protection for those trees. Okay, now that's if they throw it out. If they don't throw it out, what they'll do is they'll set a trial date, and that trial date could be up to 18 months away. So we're relying on the fact that potentially we have that extra time. Only by the grace of my being willing to stand up and pay the legal fees to do this. Now, we also have a situation where we are asking for the other motion, which is to expropriate, and that could come to pass if all the councillors agree to do so on March 27th. That still takes up to I've been told, 9 to 18 months to get it through the system. So what's the protection on the trees for that? Okay, we are told, and John Winthrop said under oath that he would agree to not cut the trees down during the period of time from April 15th to October 15th, when those trees are potentially protected by the Migratory Birds Act, and someone else will speak to that, but might.
Extension of time.
Thank you.
Councillor Shire, all in favor of, how many minutes, Councillor Shire?
2.5.
2 minutes
I'll
it is.
speed it
All
up.
in favor? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So then if we don't have that window of time from there, what is going to prevent the trees? Or what if I just give up and say, no, I'm not taking the burden of this myself? So we have to rescind that permit today. Once that permit is rescinded, then we can all breathe easy. That buys us a bunch of time. And will be, even if you are going to be sued, the city of Winnipeg is going to be sued by the developer, it's going to happen. At least this is one, limited point of lawsuit that will give a large benefit to all of us, including the province, who I am aware are seriously considering this matter. I know that there's another motion on the table that is potentially there to liaise with both provincial ministers to designate the site as a provincial heritage site. I know that's not in the minutes, but I know that may come up. I very much hope that will come up as a motion today, because it would be strongest if that comes from this committee to those ministers to say, we have to work together. Right now, there's no actual working together that I'm aware of. There's emails flying back and forth, but there's no formal mechanism to move the city and the province to actually work together. And that has to be the first step. And if they designated a heritage site, it will still not protect the trees. I mean, it will protect them to a certain degree, but it's not an end game answer. Okay, it will move us in the right direction towards devaluing the property, making it be clearly unsellable, but it still will take time to effect, and it will not it's not the end game. We have to expropriate this property, and I want the city to do it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. May. We clearly have some questions here. I do want to remind the committee that we have 5 other delegations who are here to speak to this item today.
Yep.
I don't expect you to answer every single question
Thank you.
that may come up in those delegations. So with that, I'll turn it over to the committee. I saw Councillor Wyatt's hand go up first. Let's be respectful of our delegation.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, you live in the area, the counselor for there, if this was something like this happening in my ward, I'd be here today. Where's the counselor for the?
Councillor Wyatt, Ms. May is not going to speak to Councillor Chambers' whereabouts
Okay,
today,
that's-
or
that's
is it
fair.
Preston?
I
who
do
did
know.
To this?
You do know?
Let's not impugn Councillor.
All right, but
Chambers. He's
let
gonna
me
have
ask,
other
let
matters
me
to-
re-ask the question.
Thank you.
What is Councillor Chambers' position on this matter?
I
You know
have,
what? I'm not comfortable with that either.
All
Ms. May, it's not your responsibility to speak
All
to
right.
Councillor Wyatt is just down the hall from Councillor Chambers. You can ask him any day.
Well, if he was there, I'd ask him. But anyway, okay, just a bit of background here. Under section, I just want to just a bit of background for the committee too, and I'm gonna pose questions that I don't expect, more kind of like that you can respond to. I'll ask all the questions at once to save
Please.
time.
Yep.
And also if the administration could make note, because there are questions that I'll be asking them, so I'd like to give them a heads up so we can look into it. Under section 12.2 of the Heritage Resources Act, if the Minister of Heritage has reason to believe that heritage resources or human remains are known or thought likely to be present on lands that are to be developed, then the owner developer is required to conduct his or her at own expense what's called a Heritage Resource Impact Assessment, HRIA, and mitigation if necessary prior to project start. And HRA is used to identify, what's in the ground and the nature of it, and whether or not it's prehistoric, historic, cultural, nature, scientific, so on. Developer must contract a qualified archaeologist and archaeological crew to come in, consultant to conduct the HRIA and propose development location in order to identify the assess the heritage resources. So you spoke a bit about this. And only upon the issuance of an official letter of clearance to the stakeholders from the Manitoba Historical Resources Branch, stating that all conditions have been met with the satisfaction in the HRIA considered to be complete. Under the Act, the development can proceed without a heritage permit. Just my question these are the questions. I'll just square them off, and feel free to answer one or none or whatever. Has the Minister of Heritage requested an HRIA, a Heritage Resources Impact Assessment? If yes, where is it? If no, why not? Members of council must see the HRA prior to making any development decisions.
See what's HRA?
Yes, I said it 3 times. Heritage Resources Impact Assessment. Because they need to have a full appreciation of the Indigenous connection, non-Indigenous, anybody who may. If you read the Heritage Act, it speaks a lot about graves, potential graves, and in this case, what we now know unmarked graves, which are quite extensive to the site. The developers, agents allegedly, according to a letter I've obtained, have worked with the Resources Branch. Okay, a letter sent on February the 11th to John Winthrop to Tochel, to Assembly of Chiefs, Manitoba Métis Federation, and so on. What scope was the work done? We read in the letter, for example, all 3 levels of government, as well as several right holders, were notified regarding these findings of unmarked graves on lands owned by the city of Winnipeg, lands owned by the Behavioral Health Foundation, and lands owned by Tochel. And the question is, has the city been informed of this? Or is this the first being informed of it? February the 11th? And, if we were informed of it, why did we issue a development permit is the other question. I guess, has the developer retained, a qualifier? Are they doing the HRIA to your knowledge? And I guess in the statement that, at the end of the letter, we're moving on. There's a deadline given here of April the 11th, you know, either you could be part of our, if this is the HRIA taking place, or not. And if you don't want to be part of it with your lands, i.e. City of Winnipeg, i.e. Beaver Health Foundation, whoever, we're going ahead, is the way the letter reads to me. They just want to get moving on because we provide the development permit. So I guess those are the questions that I have, but I would also add, I agree with you in terms of your statement that, in light of the fact that this was a matter, as you know, are you aware, I have to ask you, are you aware? You're aware that this was a matter before council in terms of a zoning?
Yes.
And you're aware that this occurred in this term?
Yep.
And you're aware that council supported the Real Community Committee and not supporting the rezoning
Yes.
and subdivision? And therefore, I guess the question is, why would we not been made aware of a development permit that, in a sense, runs contrary to the actual decision of council in this term? And I guess the question I ask is, I'm gonna get some best practices out of other cities about development permits, but development permits, have you heard of an occupancy permit?
Yes.
Yeah, and occupancy permits, are you aware that are typically posted?
Mhm.
Yeah, so I don't understand why a development permit wouldn't be posted as well.
Mhm.
I don't know. Not a secret, but anyway, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wyatt.
Do you have any response
Did
to
you want me
anything
to
I said?
answer? For sure. So the proponent has always maintained the narrative of the graveyards in that they have had 4 different reports commissioned by their own design, outlining specifics, how they wanted the reports to come through. Those reports, they claim to be the truth, the verified truth, and they are very far from the truth. And we now have a ton of evidence. Both the Société Historique de Saint-Boniface has done work, and Manitoba Historical Society and other agencies, individuals have been pounding the pavement here and in Quebec to get these records out from the dungeons and really analyze them. So that analysis is ongoing. But even from the early the first press release from Société Historique, there is confirmed 737 bodies buried there. But there are over 3,300 ex-deaths that are likely also buried there. And now we expect more of that information to be confirmed in the coming days, coming weeks.
How?
They are, those individuals and organizations are continuing to put forward their, and they.
But you didn't answer my question about, has a human, has
Okay.
Heritage Resort
No.
impact assessment
No.
for order?
No, and
To
they
your
have,
knowledge?
no.
And why has
Well-
the minister acted to do that? In light of
Because there
what's been
isn't a-
coming forward? I mean, there's an
Let
op-ed
the
piece,
delegate answer.
Yeah,
op-ed
because.
piece in the Free Press.
Because the city of Winnipeg declined the development permit. The permit, the 2 proposals that now have come forward through city council have both been rejected for that, and they now took one of them, the most recent one, they took it to the municipal board, right? So they're not taking no for an answer. So why would the province have to step in on a proposal that has not been accepted by the city council?
Were you at some of the demonstrations or I guess ceremony that took place at the fire, sacred fire at the entranceway there? You were there at some of them?
Well, until I got charged for contempt.
No,
and then
on the right way where some of the MLAs were, they were there. I think
Yes.
I was there as
Yes.
well.
Yes.
Yes.
That day. I was there.
What if the MLAs see what's happening? I see what's happening, you see what's happening. Why would the minister hesitate to call for the HRIA? Where is the minister?
Because there's been a changeover of ministers in November.
No, that's not any reason.
No, I'm telling you, it's been hard to catch everyone up to this, and people aren't talking to one another yet. They're starting to, but it's been very hard for us civilians to try to force the government agent levels to coordinate.
But, okay, one last question, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes.
Under the act,
Yes,
I've read the Heritage Resources
Yeah.
Act. under the act, the minister has significant powers and responsibilities, I would add,
For sure.
to act. And a minister is supposed to know everything at all times, whether they are able to or not, according to the tradition of the British parliamentary system.
Yes.
The minister, it doesn't matter when there's been a transition, who the new minister is and who the old minister is. At the end of the day, why isn't a minister responsible who can read the newspaper no different than I can and anybody on this committee and see what's happening, and some of their MLAs are of the minister's party are at the demonstrations? Why aren't they showing leadership on this matter and issuing the HRIA immediately?
I don't know. That's what I've been told.
That's fair.
Because
You're not part of the government. You're a private citizen.
I've
But
been
I wanted
told.
to ask you if you had any thoughts on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Schreier.
You said at one point, you said that we need to rescind, what did you say, in order to allow for other agencies and governments to communicate, perhaps negotiate, cooperate, make decisions?
Yeah.
What did you ask us to do again, sir?
So rescinding that permit means that we don't have to worry about the trees being cut down anymore. Right now, there is no other mechanism other than my personal private prosecution against the individuals. The only other tool we have right now is the development permit that can be rescinded by a motion of this committee. You have the power to rescind that permit. And I have outlined all the different reasons why that permit must be rescinded.
So rescind the permit that allows for what exactly?
For the cutting of the trees, even though that is not even the words in that permit.
Right. That's not the words in the permit. Anything else to say about the permit other than cutting of trees?
I mean, it has a bunch of other words in it, but as often is the case, it's not easy to understand them. I don't understand them. But it is what Winthrop is saying is why he has the right to cut all the trees down.
So, sorry to interrupt your line of questioning, Counselor Schreier. I think it's important that we do get some form of clarification here from the public service. I will also potentially be consulting with legal at today's committee meeting, but our director is here, and just on the rescinding of permits, this committee's jurisdiction is,
Yes,
or authority, I should say.
yes. So unfortunately, this committee doesn't have that authority to rescind a permit. You can direct us to review a permit, but in order to rescind the permit, it has to either not be complying with the bylaw or not being complying with some of the terms of the permit. In this case, it's complying with both. We don't have a tree bylaw at the moment that limits people cutting down trees on their own property. So there's nothing about this permit that doesn't comply with our existing bylaw as it stands today.
Okay, I'm going to save the legal questions that I have coming to the tip of my tongue here, just to be cautious to put us, make sure that we don't put ourselves in a position here. I would encourage the committee to do the same, but feel free to continue, Councillor Schreier.
I did have a question for our director based on the comments you just made.
Go ahead, please.
And that is, it is my recollection, it's on the record, that it has been the case when we've had development hearings here, properly planned development, or we've had appeals, and that we have put requirements, it's all on record, where certain trees were not allowed to be cut. Let's say just on a quarter acre property, things like that. How does that, that's happened so often. How does that compare to this case in which they say we can't say anything about cutting down trees on private property when in fact we have?
So through the chair to you, also our chief zoning officer, Dylan Harris, is on Zoom if we would like to bring him in to answer that question as well.
Before we get too much into this, I am interested in hearing from Mr. Harris as well. Councillor Schreier, would you like to have a round of questioning for the public service when we hear the item, or do we have more questions for Ms. May at this point in time?
I don't have any more questions for Ms. May at this time, but I certainly would like to hear from the administration.
And would you like to hear from the administration this second, or would you like to wait until we speak to the item?
That's a really good question. I leave that to the committee.
I would like to hear from Ms. May if she has anything else to say. Otherwise, I'll thank her for her time and we'll move on to the next delegate. Ms. May, is there anything else?
I just wanted to make note that we have one delegate here on our team, Anne Laven, who is on a time limit. And if she could be moved up, that would be awesome. I don't know if anybody else is, but I know of that one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So typically, with respect to everyone's time, you know, I would anticipate most people have things planned today. I don't see, I'm turning to the clerk here for backup on this. I don't see Anne's. Here.
No, we don't have an Ann registered to speak to this matter.
Lowen, L-O-E-W-N.
No one with that name registered to
Yes,
speak.
it went through, I got the confirmation. Yeah.
Okay,
Ann
was
Lowen,
it,
A-N-N, last name L-O-E-W-E-N. It went through, I did it before noon yesterday and I got the confirmation.
was it to submit comments or to participate by speaking? Because there were a couple people that submitted comments and then assumed that that meant that they were speaking today.
Okay, well,
In person,
Okay.
yes.
we will get,
move suspension of the rules.
Well-
Down.
Yeah.
Did you, Ashley Steinberg is the last person to speak with respect to report.
yeah,
five,
you know what, we'll
so-
go to number 9, who is report 5. Ashley, again, as we mentioned, the committee is fully supportive. However, should you wish to share any comments, now is your time.
Ashley has left the Zoom meeting. I no longer see her.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
okay, so just to confirm, the committee would like to suspend the rules to hear from Anne Lowen.
Lowen or Owen?
Lowen.
Sometimes we say late,
Laven.
so it's confusing, but yeah.
And the intent is
Lowen.
to hear her now, or
I'll move suspension of the rules here.
That's where it is from. I'm happy to hear from Ms. Laven today. However, I am also respectful of the fact that there are people registered ahead of her. However, I'll leave it to the committee. Councillor Wyatt looks to suspend rules.
You're supportive, if you're supportive.
Yeah, okay. All in favor of suspending the rules?
Okay.
Opposed? That is carried.
and so just to confirm, the committee would like to hear from Anne now, so moving ahead of the other delegates.
That's what we just voted on.
Okay. Sorry, I thought that was a suspension.
No, we've suspended the rules to hear from Ms. Laven today. However, if the committee's will is to bump her up to now,
I see. Okay, fine. Yeah.
okay. Ms. Laven, please come forward and provide your comments.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
You're very
And
welcome.
my apologies for exerting some prerogative. I feel this is really important and I really appreciate that. I don't know what the glitch was yesterday. My name is Anne Laven. It's okay to say Lowen. I am a family physician. I work several jobs and I do have a shift later today that I'm trying to fit this in between. But more to the point, I have a career-long interest in population health. And I live in St. Norbert. I grew up there. I've lived elsewhere, other provinces, and worked elsewhere. I work currently in rural Manitoba as well as in Winnipeg. And the question that came to my mind when I learned about the orphanage and the mass grave was, why so many? And that's the name of the document that I have put together. I do have some copies here. I added references last night. That's what I submitted yesterday, though. I do have 3 copies and I can give them to you. I would cross-reference my comments with Dr. Shelley Sweeney's documentation because I'm not a historian. She knows more about that than I do, but I would like to expand it to understand the population health portion. And if you're wondering what and how and why population health aligns with this, you yourselves are the possibly single largest conveyors of population health by providing safe drinking water. That was possibly the biggest advance in reducing mortality in populations before a lot of other advances. And so this really is important and it is germane to everything that we're talking about. I would like to just start out by saying that to talk about deaths of mothers and babies is difficult. That's what I'm going to talk about.
You know what, Ms. Slavin, I'm going to interrupt you there. I'm looking at the item number 4, LeMay Forest, and I do not see anything here. I do respect the fact that we are considering as a society what exactly is on those lands. However, with respect to where you're going with this, I do not see anything in report number 4 that speaks to where you're going.
And
That it is the delegations who register to speak to items. So if you're familiar with the item, I'd encourage you to speak to the item.
to the preservations of the lands. Yes.
I can read it for you, or I can have the clerk read it for
Then
you.
why don't you read it and then I'll just read the relevant portions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If I could just have you read the standing committee recommendations dated January 13th, 2025.
Sure. The motion was, be it resolved that the following be referred to the public service for consideration and a verbal report back to the standing committee on the following. 1, that the public service be directed to, as the applicant, initiate the rezoning of the lands outlined in red on the attached Schedule A to the appropriate PR Parks and Recreational Zoning classification. 2, that the Winnipeg Public Service, specifically the Planning, Property and Development Department, be directed to assemble the lands identified in Schedule B for the purpose of a new city park and use all the tools available in order to facilitate said land for a new city park. 3, that the land operating reserve be identified for funding said land assembly. And 4, that the proper officers be authorized to do all things necessary to implement the intent of the foregoing.
Thank you. I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, then I'll just read my last couple of sentences that do have bearing. The Asil Rishat Orphanage, cemetery grounds and surrounding woods represent a place of historical, societal sadness and grieving, a place that deserves stewardship and recognition of similar losses in many other settings. To preserve this space gives all of us the opportunity for growth, knowledge, and empathy. That way, the losses are transformative in their power to address the care that we have within all of us and that is so necessary to everyone's survival.
Thank you. Questions?
No, thank you, but I'd like to get a copy of that document.
The committee will need to suspend the rules because it was not submitted by the noon deadline.
Okay, then I'll move suspension of the rules and we get a copy of the document.
Suspension of the rules moved by Councilor Wyatt. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. That'll be
And
circulated.
it's Laven.
Seeing no other questions at this time, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you related to Bill?
I can send in more.
All right, we'll continue with our delegation this afternoon.
So next is Patrick Nealon to be heard with respect to report 4.
No, yeah, over there. I need that.
Sorry, would you like me to do this? Please.
Yes.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning. I was actually a scout meeting last night, so I'm a little sleepy here. So apologies if I was passing out there. And that smell you guys were smelling, I know I heard some comments there. Some people try to take credit, but that's straight up taking fire. It's taking fire here. In fact, the very first thing I did this morning when I came in, I was kind of by the security guard. Didn't understand TRC, didn't understand our ways here, and I just he watched me like a hawk. So I did my thing. I went to the tree, put some prayers down. I hugged that tree. I talked to that tree. This is something that all our people's done all across the world, and we kind of forgot to do that. We forget that there's spirits inside everything. There's spirits not only inside you, but there's also inside the trees and the animals, and that's why these forests are very, very important, especially the sweats that are there. But anywho, as I was saying, I put it down and he just was disgusted and didn't even want to let me in the building.
You know what? I'll just encourage you again, the item before us. I apologize if you felt like there was a conflict that occurred when you came in. We will definitely address that.
Happy ending. Happy ending.
Absolutely.
And you understand why I say that?
I do.
The gentleman came up and saw me do this.
Yes, and we will address that with the head of our security here. I apologize if you felt like you were being attacked at the front. Please, the item before us today, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the trees, we need to save this area and have it in a way that when people were talking about having a heritage sites or a teaching grounds, anything like that, other than just building upon a land that you can't build upon, knowing that there's a cemetery there. And like when it comes to the spirits are in the trees and they cut them. Can't be doing that. It's disrespecting our ancestors. And the more that you hug the tree, and like I was trying to say, was that there was a story that was told to me where a gentleman, his mother, is in the tree. She put herself into the tree, and that tree was eventually years later was started to crack open, started to die and wither away. So the daughter, who's now old, she's a mother too now. She was hugging that tree and talking to that tree. That tree is still there now. It actually closed up because, like I said, spirit. We need to talk to the trees. There were sweats there. Those sweats are the most powerful sweats I've ever heard about. I have personal stories there. A lot of people do where it comes to their addictions, where they went in there and they weren't 100% sober, and they came out wanting to stay sober. There's healings to those because when you put the sweats and those things, the teepees and whatnot, you put it where the spirits are the strongest, and that's where the spirits are the strongest. It's near the cemetery or whatnot, especially children's spirit. I was there all night. Those children running around all over the place. You can't see them, but you can feel them. You can see things move, and fire reacts. That place really needs to be looked at. Really needs to be protected, not only for the cemetery but also for the healing aspects to help the community. A lot of the community from Point Douglas, downtown area, all over the place here actually go there for their ceremonies, for the sweats there. It's for that, and it's been helping out the community. And once people realize that it's gone, they were very choked and sad about it. And there's other places we can build. Yes, housing we need. Yes, we do need those, but it could be built somewhere else and have certain areas like that protected, not just for the sweats, but also for the birds that are there. There's rare birds that are there. I've seen lots of them. There's eagles there, eagle's nest, woodpeckers building. I see deers every night. I've never been so close to a deer in a long time. They've been coming closer and closer. We don't feed them or nothing, but they know the fire's there. They know the children's clothes are there, and they've been checking it out every night. And if you go look at what deer clans are, that's the most peaceful, kindest people. And we gotta go back to those traditions and our way of life. And I'll leave it at that. Miigwech.
Thank you, Miigwech. Any questions? Councillor Santos does have a question for you, sir.
I'm just interested in the location of where are the sweats occurring. I'm just looking at the Google map. Could you kind of describe the location of where these are occurring?
Okay, so like when where we are in the Sacred Fire, where the Sacred Fire is near the entrance, when you go down straight to the left, there was 3 sweats there. Yeah.
No one?
This one?
Where it is roughly, yeah. So the councilors are looking at Schedule A and B for those that are watching here.
Thank you.
And up there,
Yes,
yeah,
I
Councillor
did.
Wyatt, yes.
I did. I want to thank you for your delegation and for your spiritual leadership and for reminding us of some things that we have forgotten. And I had an opportunity to walk out. I haven't been issued any kind of contempt of court like what Ms. May has, but I had the opportunity to visit the lodge, and I appreciate those that attend to it. I've attended lodge many times, and so thank you. And I'm glad that it's been operating for quite a long time, both Indigenous, non-Indigenous citizens have attended it, and I hope it can keep operating for many more years to come. So, thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Nealon. And I didn't know it was you with the smell of the wood. So
Very sweet.
Yeah, very sweet. There you go. I wish
Madam Clerk,
I was there
please.
now instead of.
Okay, so next delegation.
Please.
Next delegation is David Grant, to be heard with respect to reports 2, 4, and 7. David is joining us via Zoom today.
Morning, Mr. Grant.
Good morning. I want to thank you again for taking the time to listen to us. I want to thank Mr. Wyatt specifically for asking the right questions and teaching us all about what should have been done already. I will speak only to the new park topic, not to the other aspects of LeMay. Does the city have a list of analogous properties that can be turned into parks? Why is this not prominent on the website? I believe that doing so would make a lot of folks happy with City Hall. There are many small forests and bits of green space. Dalhousie, Cluche, Argue Street. Before someone asks to build on one of those, why not make the future use of those clear? Is LeMay the only property in Winnipeg that might be a park? Has every other bit of vacant land been promised for residential development? If this is true, why is that? Is it fair that only this one area is immune to the Canada-wide rules that say build infill everywhere? Please ask staff to compile a list of other future parks within the city. On the topic of making this a park, is this a bait and switch plan? Some of us want this riparian land to be wild and untouched, and that's certainly been the voice of just about everybody who's spoken here. I believe that that can never happen. The land adjoins too many backyards, and what happens then is you get, if you're enjoying the forest, you get lawnmowers, you get stereos, and so on. So just a thought that if we want really quiet and communing with nature, this is going to be a compromised land anyway, but so be it. And then I'm asking, will brush be cleared so that the land can be planted in grass? Keep in mind that just about every city park is mostly grass. Will the city then exterminate every living thing when the critters become inconvenient? There's controversy right now about killing ground squirrels across the city because someone might step in a hole. Anyway, just I guess one could sarcastically say, you know, trees can be dangerous if you walk into them while texting, but just the reassurance by everybody now involved, if this is going to be a park, will it be a wild park rather than one with lawn mowing going on all the time? So that was the thought on that one, and I leave those comments to you and wish you luck on that. On topic 2, decrepit homes. I lived in homes like this when I was young and poor, a rooming house. All the other tenants supported the landlord. Like, we didn't form a team, but when a tenant came in and started doing damage to the house or the laundry area or whatever, we stopped it, or we told the landlord. It seems that this system does not work anymore in some homes. Winnipeg is desperate to create and protect the homes for the poor. Rather than, and that may be a politically incorrect term, but I was certainly poor. Rather than seeking reasons to close a home, can we be assured that strong enough steps are being taken to keep all these homes, extremely low rent homes, open? We hear cases where they close a hotel or where a house burns down, and these are truly tragic, and we do want to keep people safe. So the idea of topic 2, let's find the ones that are unsafe and fix them. But if the tenants are making the home not meet the requirements, you know, they're making it violate a bylaw, let's work with the owner of the property, the landlord, to keep the home open. And that's the comment I had to offer you there. And thanks very much.
Please develop LeMay.
Very much, Mr. Grant. Councillor Wise.
Yeah, thank you, Dave, for your comment, Mr. Grant, for your comments. I know you follow and track everything very closely at City Hall, including matters that are often in the printed media pertaining to different issues. You follow all these issues carefully, including our agendas and our reports, and I always appreciate your presentation. I'm just wondering if you were aware, or if you saw, because you did comment on the LeMay Forest, there was an article in the Winnipeg Free Press as at the date of our last council meeting. Actually, it was an op-ed piece by a Dr. Shelley Sweeney regarding LeMay Forest. Did you have an opportunity to read that article?
No, I was a daily subscriber to the Free Press in paper, and I disagreed with some of their biased stories and discontinued that. So sorry about that.
Okay, not at all. I know I have issues with all of them at times. But I just want to quote from it and see if you have anything that you would want to reflect upon this, and you don't have to answer the question if you don't wish to. But I'll just read just a brief article in her, and she's kind of a leading expert on a lot of these issues with regards to the history of Manitoba and unmarked graves and a lot of the stuff happening at LeMay. Archivists are still determining how many, sorry, jumping ahead. The details, talking about the children who were living in, at the turn of the last century, living in an orphanage there. The details of these deaths is particularly sad. For instance, neighbors of the, your francophone, how do you pronounce that? Azil, thank you, Councillor Frere. I'm not a francophone. Neighbors of the Azil stated that during the summer when the windows of the Azil were open, they could hear the children crying at night. There were not enough staff and resources to care for and comfort them. How have we become so numb to the deaths of nearly 3,400 children? How have we become so numb that the deaths of nearly 3,400 children is not considered a tragedy of monumental proportions? And I guess I asked the question, she asked that question in her article, but it is the context of this controversy debate about the LeMay Forest, that in the backdrop of all of that, there was apparently they were taking water out of the Red River, they didn't have resources, lots of capacity so I just, did you want to reflect on that, or you don't have to if you don't wish to? It's a very serious thing that I've read just now.
It certainly is, and thank you for asking that and pointing that out. But okay, since you did ask, one of the things that I've reflected on is that we have moved a long way from those days, and certainly 100 and 200 years ago, people that we thought were good people were doing things that we would not approve of now. And some of it, if you go back hundreds and hundreds of years, it was of necessity. We didn't know enough and we didn't have the resources, and certainly we do now. But it's just unfortunate that I can, even the time period that I have personal experience with, going back to the early 50s, that things were done we can say very badly, and certainly care. But even now, there are weaknesses. Certainly in my family, we've had foster children, and they certainly don't want for clean water and so on. But one could question whether they're being denied developing a work ethic, and that's a whole other story. But certainly the days of dipping water out of a horrible poop-filled river and feeding it to children, those days have been gone for a long time. And I'm certainly glad they have. And it's unfortunate, but the main point I wanted to make today was not the tragedy of what's happened before, but if we're going to make this a park, and I love parks, I would rather it stay wild and not be paved with grass and stuff. And also that we list other parks, because we don't want to get some other developer who wants to develop the Dalhousie Forest and put houses there to get in trouble too. Let's make a list of what's going to be a park.
One last question. And this is more, are you aware that the province of Manitoba and the provincial government have committed funds to assemble this land, and they've done it through a not-for-profit. The name, I think, is Manitoba Nature Society, and our Habitat Society and Manitoba Habitat Society. However, the deadline for some of these funds, or all these funds, is the end of this month. In other words, there's a program, typically provincially or federally, and the deadline passes. Do you think it would be remiss if this committee were not to deal with this item today, in light of the pressing deadline, and that a recommendation go to council so that we do not lose the fact that there's actually money on the table to assemble this land from other levels of government, where we're always constantly at this place at City Hall talking about the need for other level of government to step up. Well, here they have.
Mhm.
I think it's time to do something on this.
I would agree with you that if there is funding, it's unfortunate that strings have been attached that have time limits. And time limits are not something that City Hall is feels that things don't happen fast at City Hall. And it's unfortunate that there are time limits that might prevent this. But certainly that's why my speaking today has nothing to do with the fact that previously I thought that an old folks home would create housing, but that a care home. But now if it's going to be a park, let's get things done. And but let's prepare for other parks. And this has been very messy. The idea that we're going to head down the road of a care home and then we've suddenly changed paths and now it's going to be a park. That should have been decided years ago. And if it had been done at that point, nobody would have been protesting. Nobody would have been cutting trees down. And that is due to City Hall process. And I think this committee is uniquely positioned to be able to build a list of here's where we might build a park someday. So don't put your heart into planning a development, buying the land and planning a development because we're planning a park there. So I think that would be humane and reasonable. And yes, it's unfortunate that the timing may be running out on the funds. And I think that could be extended by most of them. You know, if it's a private group, they would still want the park in 6 months, and the same with the province. So I would hope that if you do deal with it today, that you ask these people to extend their funding.
Yeah.
One last question, Chairperson, really quick. You're aware that the city of Winnipeg has spent, I think it's upwards of $700,000 on a green space master plan, and that a lot of that work has been going on now since the previous mayor. It was initiated by the previous mayor, actually, the previous council, and a lot of work has been done. But it appears there's a disconnect between what one hand is doing of the public service versus the other, in the sense that they're doing an analysis of all the different areas and natural areas that can be saved on public or private, is my understanding of the work, because I've been briefed on their work. But at the same time, we are still going forward as if that report coming forward doesn't exist. But anyway, you're aware of that report or that project?
Yes, and I see and would like to draw emphasis to the fact that Winnipeg had a plan, this green plan, and we were planning on developing more parkland. That's been written down lots of times. When we talk about Headingley, we're going to build more parks, and yet Ottawa comes through with dangling a carrot in front of us, and we jump on the hey, let's put apartment buildings everywhere, which violates that plan, that green plan. So, but the green plan I don't think had identified Lemay as here's where we're going to have a park, and it certainly hasn't identified Cloutier and all the other forests that we have in the city for future park development. So maybe the green plan should move on and say park here, and then people would plan on building on them. But certainly the HAF has really messed up that green plan. And thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, green space master plan hasn't been considered yet, to my knowledge, by council yet. So
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Schreier.
I was offered to give a pronunciation of a French word because there were French words within the English text.
Yes.
And there was no context or translation. So if I may, it was talking about Les Pères Blancs that housed l'Asile Richaud, which means the Oblates housed the Richaud Asylum. Bear in mind, I would consider asylum to
No
be
interruptions from the gallery, please.
would be a positive word. Asylum means refuge, or sanctuary or reserve.
Thank you.
And that's my understanding of it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Schreier, for that clarification. Couple quick points, Mr. Grant, and hopefully you can give a couple quick answers. You're speaking to potential park spaces developed on city properties or private properties?
I would say on both, we should be considering the future use of both private, because this one has been private for a very long time.
Yes.
The central portion, and it would have been humane if that private land had been designated back 2 owners ago that it was going to be a future park. And it should be not built, it should never be developed on. And if that had been made clear, this owner would never have bought it, and these protesters wouldn't be unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate those comments. I would be more on board with identifying city properties. I think it's a slippery slope when we start telling private landowners what they can and can't do. And then we step in and say, we're gonna tell them what to do. But I appreciate the comments. And just in regards to parklands, just so everyone's clear, and I'm sure you know, but I will pose it as a, did you know that not all parklands are traditional parks with grassed areas, including and not limited to, one of our biggest park land pieces, the Assiniboine Forest.
Okay, exactly. And so as my preference is some of them stay wild like that. But this one is one that this particular topic is one where we had private land that could have been designated. And as you say, it would be a slippery slope. But if it had been designated 2 owners ago, we wouldn't have been arguing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. Appreciate your time as always. We will move on. We have, by the looks of it, 3 more delegates, and they are all in regards to report number 4. Madam Clerk.
Okay, so next is Kim Johnston. Kim.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kim Johnston. I'm the president of Heritage St. Norbert. And on behalf of Heritage St. Norbert, I'm very pleased to express our wholehearted support for the preservation of the LeMay Forest in perpetuity through its transformation into a new city park. I recently came across a letter sent to the city of Winnipeg by one of our founders of Heritage St. Norbert, the late Jean Perrault. In the letter, which was dated 40 years ago, but still remains topical today as it was then. And I would like you to read you a short excerpt. As a community-based organization dedicated to preserving and promoting the unique history and culture of St. Norbert, of the St. Norbert area, Heritage St. Norbert is very concerned that any future development be compatible with our rich history and favored tropical geography, beautiful rivers and large trees, etc. We are also aware that St. Norbert is the city of Winnipeg's and the province of Manitoba's front door to thousands of U.S. tourists visiting our city and the province each year. For these reasons, we are acutely aware of the need to prevent uncontrolled commercial development from obstructing our citizens and our tourists from accessing these beautiful rivers and wooded areas. To this end, Heritage St. Norbert is by this letter requesting that the city of Winnipeg give serious consideration to acquiring certain properties in the St. Norbert area for public use as parks. So that's 40 years ago. So I'd like to say that I think Jean would be very delighted to know that we're here today in support of the motion to do just that. My background is filmmaking, which is storytelling. And I don't know of another place in Manitoba with any more interesting or important stories to tell than St. Norbert. Its stories not only represent rich, exciting, and sometimes challenging past, but they also represent a unique opportunity for St. Norbert long into the future through their retelling in various forms to visitors and residents alike. Protecting the LeMay Forest will help preserve the historical integrity of the community and its colorful collection of century-old stories for centuries to come. As an example, as referenced before here, St. Norbert, of a story worth telling, I would like to read an opinion piece published recently in the Winnipeg Free Press by Dr. Shelley Sweeting, activist emerita, University of Manitoba. Dr. Sweeney writes, recently the St. Boniface Historical Society discovered that fully 3,383 children died out of 7,365 admitted to the Asile Richot Orphanage in St. Norbert. The asile, run by the Sisters of Misericordia between 1904 and 1948, served small children and babies. It was also a home for unwed mothers. Some of the children had lost their parents, some had parents who could not care for them, some were abandoned. Although there were Indigenous children at the asile, primarily Métis, there were also children of all ethnicities. Virtually all were there because they were poor. The horrifying number of deaths occurred for many reasons. Principally, while the sisters were expecting to take care of 30 babies at a time, the number of children quickly grew beyond their means. Lack of staff, poor nutrition, overcrowded quarters, infectious diseases, and possibly because of the orphanage was getting fresh water from the Red River, contributed to this high number of deaths. The asile had its own cemetery carved out of the Lemay forest. According to the sisters, once a year, the children who had died would be buried together in an unmarked communal grave. Archivists are still determining how many children were buried in the asile cemetery, but between 1907 and 1912 alone, at least 726 babies were buried there. Likely thousands of children who died at the asile were buried in Lemay Forest. Further research is required. Stillborn babies from the Misericordia Hospital, the sisters, unwed mothers, people associated with the asile, and female pensioners who previously lived at the Misericordia Hospital were also buried in the cemetery in Lemay Forest. 2 maps, aerial photos, and steel posts placed at the corners of the cemetery have established the exact location. So what is the problem with developing Lemay Forest? No one knows for sure how many and where exactly the children and adults are buried. Remote sensing by the Historic Research Branch indicates 2 burial pits that may fall outside the cemetery proper. In addition, past practices have shown that people tended to bring their loved ones to be buried close to the cemeteries. The Historic Branch has stated that 50-meter buffer zone around the cemetery must be left untouched, and they have asked for a plan for what the developer intends to do with the other bones found in the rest of the forest. In 1974, the sisters abruptly decided to move the identified human remains to the St. Boniface Cemetery on Archibald Street. Desjardins Funeral Home conducted the removal, but listed only 15 bodies having been moved. The sisters make no mention of moving the children or any deconcentration of the deconcentration ceremony. I'm sorry. The funeral home would have needed sieves and water to pluck the thousands of tiny bones and teeth from the earth. There would not have been any eco-archaeologist to help Desjardins identify juvenile behavior remains in 1974. The details of these deaths, as mentioned previously here, is particularly sad. For instance, neighbors of the asile stated that during the summer, when the windows of the asile were open, they could hear the children crying in the night. There were not enough staff and resources to care for them and comfort them. How have we become so numb that the deaths of nearly 3,400 children is not considered a tragedy of monumental proportions? The developers stated that they will find hotspots and narrow down any buffer zones. They insist that building a 2,500 unit facility on the remaining land around the cemetery, even though they will need to bring in lots of dirt, because Lemay Forest regularly floods from overland water. This will push all the water into the cemetery. The developer has vowed to chop down all the trees in Lemay Forest. Bringing heavy machinery will churn up the remains. We should not disturb this cemetery and surrounding areas. We need to acknowledge the harm to the children, consult with those who lived or had relatives at asile, and do something appropriate to acknowledge the terrible history. Above all, the cemetery should not be private property, but public access. As the developer has stated, the children should never be forgotten again. In closing, once again, on behalf of the Heritage St. Norbert, I'm very pleased to express our full support of the initiative to see LeMay Forest, and in turn, its stories such as these protected and preserved by the public for the public. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a few questions here, starting with Councillor Wyatt.
You're here on behalf of Heritage St. Norbert, and we have you registered, sir, as Kim Johnston. However, are you Aaron Kim Johnston, the same?
Yes.
So a highly regarded filmmaker with over 3 decades of industry experience, has excelled as a writer, director, and producer in various distinguished projects. Notable works include the internationally acclaimed theatrical features For the Moment with Russell Crowe and The Last Winter, distributed by 20th Century Fox. His co-production endeavors encompass award-winning productions like the Gemini Award-winning miniseries The Arrow, featuring Dan Aykroyd and Christopher Plummer, and Fear X, premiered at Sundance Film Festival, starring John Turturro. Johnson's films have garnered global distribution and received prestigious accolades worldwide, including the Crystal Heart Award. Congratulations, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your.
I have a good story about St.
art
Norbert
and
too. I'd
work.
like to do one day.
Yes, yes. Thank you. I wish in the next life to come back an artist as yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Santos.
Just a quick question. Seems like you know quite a bit of the history of the LeMay Forest. Just doing a little bit of my own kind of research, but I'm a little bit confused about some of the properties that have been, I guess, subdivided or sold, I'm assuming, to this company named LeMay. Hold on, I'm just... Anyway, so from my understanding, Behavioral Health Foundation was the company that I guess came after the orphanage.
Because
that's what I'm reading up on the Manitoba Historical Society. There was an orphanage there. There was a home of Joseph LeMay. Father Noel Joseph Rashad arranged a donation of the building and surrounding lands to the Sisters of Misericordia, who operated as an orphanage, undertook the expansion, presented 3-story building. When Isle Rashad closed, the building was used as a seminary by the Oblate Order. And then in 1970, the Ex-Calais Foundation later renamed the Behavioral Health Foundation. So if I do a Google search, Behavioral Foundation is the property that's in the front of LeMay. And then I see that there's been kind of sectioned off. In the LeMay Forest, it's under a different name. Do you know the history of how Mamaz Inc. acquired LeMay Forest that's behind Behavioral Foundation?
I think there were 2 transactions. Castle Wood, do you know? Yes, I think purchased it from the Catholic Church.
Okay.
They had
So at
owned
the
that
time,
property.
does anybody know the history? Like, from what I'm hearing, there's obviously deep-rooted history of the orphanage. There's a lot happening here. What I'm having a hard time understanding is because there is such, if we know there was an unmarked cemetery, why would Behavioral Foundation sell it? Why would they not do all exactly what we're talking about here, heritage resource impact assessment? If we had known, if someone would have known that the orphanage was here and people were being buried, why was an impact assessment not done prior to selling the land to Mamaz Inc.?
The Catholic Church would have sold the land to Castlewood, not the Behavioral Health Foundation. Behavioral Health Foundation acquired that property with the support of the citizens in St. Norbert for the operation of their organization.
Okay, so Behavioral Foundation never owned LeMay Forest. It was always
they operate the buildings that are to the west of the forest itself.
So who owned LeMay Forest prior to Mamaz?
The original owners were it was the Catholic Church.
Catholic Church. So it's the Catholic Church that sold the land.
Yes.
So it's the Catholic Church that probably didn't do any I'm
Would have
not,
been a long time ago.
yeah, okay, I won't go down that, but okay, I appreciate the history lesson. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Thank you, Counselor Santos. Counselor Schreier and then Counselor Wyatt.
Sure, I just have a comment to make in terms of child mortality at the time. We're talking about tragedies at the time, and in no way do I mean to diminish that. I just happen to know in my life, in terms of my grandparents, all four of my grandparents born around 1900, and the child mortality rate for those under 5 years old in Canada between 1880 and 1920 was about 1 in 4. So for those that were 1 in 4 children in Canada died between birth and the age of 5 years old around that time. That's just a national context, and I wish to offer that to give us context in terms of what these tragedies mean in general, lest we think it's about one institution, which would be misleading for us, and we don't need that in this serious, unless there's extra information. But I just want to say that the infant mortality rate at the time was 25%.
Yes,
at that time.
important point.
Thank you very much. Counselor Wyatt.
Mr. Johnson, and knowing your background in terms of filmmaking and production, is there potentially any opportunity, and maybe there already has, and I'm not aware of it, but is there any opportunity to be able to tell this story and the debate that's happening now to achieve a wider audience, to your knowledge, or is there anything underway, or is there, you can't share that, I understand as well.
I believe there is someone actually making a documentary at this time that deals with the LeMay Forest, and that would, I think, incorporate what has actually been happening over the last 2 or 3 years with respect to this issue.
And is that a documentary that could be, has, I guess, as you know, sometimes it's just the right investors or people involved in the industry to ensure that it receives a wide audience?
I believe the filmmaker in this case is doing everything she can to make that happen.
Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes. So it's a work in progress. I'm not sure exactly where they're at, but we have actually, as an organization, Heritage St. Norbert has been supportive of their efforts to tell this story.
Yeah. And ideally, thank you for that. And ideally, what would you like to see us do here today?
Thank you.
Make a park out of the place and save it. I think of it as for now, but really, to me, it's 100 years from now. St. Norbert is a very unique spot, and we are actually have efforts underway to see it recognized on a national level as a community for its political and cultural and its significance. And those lands, those properties, those trees, just can never be, once it's gone, it just never comes back. And so for 100 years from now, to have those spaces, to have that land in the middle of let's imagine what's around us by that point in time, a preserve not only of nature, but also of history, I think is fundamentally important, because it's an important part of a story of our country. And so that's what motivates us.
Thank you. And in terms of the province of Manitoba, the government of Canada, it sounds like there has been discussions, and there's often a disconnect between governments, especially when it comes down to a more, not a macro level, but more on a micro level of a specific area, specific site. There may be staff to staff conversations, but often it takes time to get it raised to the political level. And based on your knowledge in terms of the other levels of government but being involved, is there a possibility, or in terms of your suggestion that we should move today to make the LeMay public and private lands a public park, is there a need, do you think, for this committee to encourage proper correspondence to engage the other level of government based on the work they're doing thus far, so that everybody can kind of get on the same page?
I would strongly encourage the coordination of these efforts of like mind to to make sure and to give its best opportunity to succeed.
Great. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your time today. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Okay, next is Eric Reeder to be heard with respect to report 4.
Good morning.
Good morning. Clock's running already. Thank you for the opportunity to present again. This is the third time. This one didn't take 10.5 hours before I could talk to you, which was amazing. You have a difficult job. I listened to Louise present lots of stern-worded things about the way she didn't like things were going, and I will try to be not that stern-worded about the way that the city is handling this stuff. I want to talk to the 3 pieces that we have here. I'm fully going to run out of time, but I'll stop talking when it tells me to. One of them is rescinding the tree cutting permit. One of them is rezoning the conservation core, the road allowance. That's what the term we use out in rural Manitoba. And the third piece of it is what a park is or should look like. I'm going to just start with the tree cutting permit. I am not familiar with the issuance of this permit. I did hear from city staff, I'm sorry, not sure what the term is, about the vegetation removal and about the permit being fine. The permit is definitely not fine under federal law. It explicitly doesn't have any mention about pileated woodpecker cavities. In August of 2023, the developer submitted a nature assessment done by Nature Solutions, which is the consulting arm of Ducks Unlimited. In there, they explicitly listed off a large number of trees that have diameter at breast height. That's how they measure these trees, the DBH of more than 50 centimeters. Those trees are the trees that the pileated woodpecker would be making their nesting cavity in. They identified at least a dozen active nesting cavities in that document. The city was given that information out of August 2023. As of July 2022, the federal government, under the Migratory Birds Convention Act and the Migratory Birds Regulations, stated that pileated woodpecker cavities have to be protected. Now, I've presented on this before. On January 8th, I put out a news release saying that the city was not adhering to federal law on this because this is all brand new. People are learning about it. The province of British Columbia has passed regulations so that logging and forestry operations adhere to federal law. The province of Alberta has passed said regulations so that cutting operations in Alberta adhere to federal species law. The city is deficient in that. I said I wasn't going to point my finger like Louise did, but there you go. There's the first piece of it. So the pileated woodpecker piece has to be looked at. We know that federal wildlife officers have been on site. I don't have a report to see exactly how many of those cavities are active. But if you find a pileated woodpecker cavity, it is required to be reported to the federal government and then protected for 3 years. 3 years of monitoring. So this is a big deal in this forest that's very old. Again, because of time, they'll also say that that report stated that the Canada warbler was present in the Lemay forest, not in the city park that was on the riparian side, and that was explicitly because of the vegetation, the ground vegetation that doesn't get flooded out when the Red River rises every spring. So the Canada warbler is protected under Federal Species at Risk Act, under SARA, it's listed under COSEWIG. So there's 2 different species that the cutting permit issued for the Lemay Forest by the city of Winnipeg does not adhere to. The third one is little brown bats. They were also identified in a nocturnal owl surveys. They found sounds from little brown bats. They are also critically endangered in Canada. They are protected under the Species at Risk Act. Both of those species have recovery strategies published by the federal government. And that's the piece where species at risk, once they have a recovery strategy published, that jurisdictions should be caring for those species. So that's the bit about the cutting permit. The cutting permit should be rescinded. The proper care for nature, the proper care for the wildlife in that region must be done because that is federal law. And how that all plays out, I'm director of the Wilderness Committee, one of the directors. We've been doing this for 4 45 years this year, and we routinely bring governments to court so that they adhere to federal law. We take the federal government to court to adhere to law on a regular basis. Going on to so that's the rescinding of the permit. We fully support the rescinding of the cutting permit as been brought forward in this council motion. The rezoning, I'm going to touch on real quickly. I looked it up just this morning. The White Mud Watershed District has a conservation corridor section, the 99-foot road allowance that stripes developed land across the prairies. In the White Mud Wildlife District, they've listed these corridors. They don't mow them. The trees are allowed to come up, and it's a 99-foot piece of wildlife habitat. So you're discussing rezoning the access road into the LeMay Forest. Turning that into a corridor is an occurrence that's already happened in the province. It's happening elsewhere. That would be on par with caring for nature and would be something that the city should be doing. So that's the motion to rezone the corridor. And then the piece about the park, I just want to touch on two of my colleagues who spoke earlier. What is a park? And in this instance, going back to this, I'm not on that land because it's private land, but that report that was submitted to the city in April 2023, August of 2023, states that there's a 237-year-old green ash tree in that forest. Green ash trees are pretty rare. The emerald ash borer has shown up in Winnipeg. It turns out it's 2 weeks from, 2 blocks over from my yard on the Seine River. I'm going to lose my ash trees. That's the expectation, but that ash tree is a rarity. If they talk about a 92 centimeter DBH, I think that was on the green ash tree. 2 people can't really reach around a tree that size. We don't have those in all of the forests. We certainly have those somewhere in the city, but not, they're very rare. In the parks that I live on, we don't have those trees. What was happening when that tree was born? It was 1788. Like, think about what was here, what existed. Like, the stories that we talk about the orphanage is 100 years old. 237 years ago, Lord Dorchester was the governor of British North America. We were looking at Mohawk wars in Wyoming, Lake Manitoba, as it sits, didn't exist in Upper Canada and Lower Canada. The history is in the forest. This history is in those trees. I could go on and on about the different pieces of it. I will say that the 3 important parts real quickly. The Heritage Resource Impact Assessment, which has been asked for by Councillor Wyatt. The letter sent, and this is the thing that I'm a specialist in. I work in Indigenous communities across the province for 19 years. The letter that was sent by the proponent on February 11th about what they want to do with the graves and asking for the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs and the Manitoba Métis Federation. That letter does not adhere to Section 35 of the Constitution. That does not equal proper consultation. Proper consultation can only happen between government to government. This was a thing we used to see 15 years ago where mine companies would send this letter to a First Nation and they'd say, if we don't hear back by such and such a date, we're going to just say you're good with the project. That is not what the Constitution says. And we have decades of court cases that say that that doesn't do it. So the owner of this land can't just reach out and say, oh, we're going to do a consultation. We did everything we could. That is not how it goes. And they could get themselves back in court, which seems to be where they love to be most of the time anyways. You're not alone in this fight. The feds in the province absolutely need to be at the table. You need to be collectively working on this. There are very few places where we've seen levels of government and different parties coming together to do this. I've been working on climate in the last little while and pushing governments from and elected officials from different parties together to accomplish things like the Montreal Protocol. Like, the city of Winnipeg can be a leader on here. The last 2 pieces that are really hard for me, you shorted Anne's presentation about the determinants of health, why there were so many deaths. What is a park? A park is a place that we learn, that we go and revere. Anne's presentation, she's a rural MD. She came here to present to you and you said, no, sorry, this doesn't sound like it's about us. But the park is going to talk about what happened in that building and why unwed mothers were sent to that building and why they died in childbirth. Because our society made the decisions. So her presentation you've been given, it definitely shouldn't have been shorted from this conversation. The second piece was Patrick. who's in that forest. He knows this forest. He's a traditionalist. Your reconciliation says that you have to figure out how this work and your work here respects Patrick showing up after an entire shift, caring for the sacred fire that's been going on since December. And that didn't happen. You shorted his presentation as well. And those two pieces are definitely not things that this council should be happy with.
I don't think we shorted anybody's presentation, but I could be wrong. But anyway, but thank you.
Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah. Eric, thank you for coming. I know you've been to this committee a number of times now, and you've spoken on this subject. I guess my question is, what will it take? So, your background in the natural world, and I really respect it, is remarkable. We're living through the sixth mass extinction that we know of, except unlike all the other extinctions, this extinction is being caused primarily by human activity. And the rate of, according to experts, the rate of the extinction is something like 1,000 times higher than a natural cause of extinction. Anywhere from up to 100 species a day are being made extinct as we speak. And I guess, so we have that going on. We have Winnipeg signing on to the Accord, Montreal Accord for Biodiversity. We have you're hearing about the history of women, the history of the entire site in terms of the grave sites that are marked or unmarked, combined or known or unknown. We have now information presented by yourself in terms of the longevity of a lot of the trees, and that's very rare eventually, and also species that are on the at-risk list that are living in that forest based on federal government standards or those in the industry. So, and that's, I'm sure, and then on top of it all, the need for the city of Winnipeg, which has not done this since 1972, to assemble new parkland, especially regional park, because of the growing population. We have rezoned hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of acres for subdivisions, but we have not kept up with creating new park space. And as the mayor likes to say in the council floor on Thursday, our population jumped by 70,000 alone, which is huge. That's like a 10% jump or more in 3 years. What is it going to take for us to kind of say, whoa, what are we doing here? Why don't we start? There are all these factors that are coming together. And we have other levels of government that are prepared to put money, and yet we're still talking like we're going in circles. And I'm hearing that, well, we can only talk about the right of way that we own and maybe rezone that. We can't talk about assembling this line. That's private. What's it going to take?
I would suggest that community is the thing. If you look at, if you look south of the border, you'll see all sorts of bad decisions going on and really hard things. So when you get into a place where things are going bad or we're not coming to, things aren't going in the right direction for society, you do have to look at community. And in this instance, I would ask, when has the community had an opportunity to talk about what the LeMay Forest might look like? In 2017, Premier Pallister floated a new climate and green plan. Again, most of my work has been done on provincial jurisdiction. And he had a silo for, we're going to talk to folks about water, we're going to talk to folks about protected areas, but none of the places that he talked about, he was always talking to people in industry, and he never once had a town hall for people. So I assembled a bunch of the organizations, the CPGA, the University of Winnipeg Students Union, the Prairie Climate Center, and the Green Action Center. And we got together and we held a town hall at the University of Winnipeg so that folks could come in and hear what they wanted a climate and green plan to look like. So in this instance, I would suggest, I've been here presenting to you, I'm reading, we're seeing so many op-eds coming in from so many different organizations. So where is the space that the city or the province is making for the community to talk about this, to hear about this? And I'll say that because I've done this before on the Churchill Oil by Rail campaign in that at Eckhart Grammateer Hall in 2013, and then again in 2017, we ran this town hall. On March 15th, we're running a town hall on LeMay Forest because we want the voices that keep showing up to present to you to talk to people. We want people to hear this and then get a feel for, like, this isn't just a neighborhood issue. It's not just the people in St. Norbert. People recognize that caring for, caring for an orphanage deciding what reconciliation looks like for communities who have loved ones in the forest. The ceremonial lodges that are running in LeMay Forest, those places are things that we as a society, as a community, have to hold up. And I think that's the places we have to recognize that there is a majority interest in preserving this area. We have loud, litigious folks who will say that no, absolutely, private landowner must be the most important thing, but that is not the case. The things that we accomplish as a society involve community, and we need to make a thing where we bring in the province and we bring in the federal government and we bring in the professionals inside the city of Winnipeg and come up with a plan, because we'll have a plan for this forest and we'll have a plan for vacant lots and we'll have a plan for riparian areas, and all of that will go forward, and people will look back and say, this is how we led as a city, as a province, as a society.
It's a great space for a dialogue in the community. And so you mentioned you're having your own, the community is driving this by the sound of it, residents. A town hall meeting is when? March what?
March 15th in EG Hall, Eckhart Gramate Hall, and all of the organizations.
Which hall?
The EG Hall is what they refer to it now. It's the big auditorium in the Centennial Hall at University of Winnipeg.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And, there's been lots of, there's mayoral forum debates have gone on there,
yep.
right?
Yep.
And so it's a space where people can come and learn. They can hear things. They can go away. There's a reception for an hour ahead of time. So the organizations, St. Boniface Historical Society or Trees Please Winnipeg or Ours Winnipeg on Recreation, folks can be there so you can hear what they know. And
that is taking place March
15th at 6 p.m. until 9 p.m.
6 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Yeah. And
there's our hall at U of W.
EG Hall at U of W, yeah.
EG Hall. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And thank you for your comments. And I guess just out of curiosity, you deal with other levels of government by the sounds of it at times on these issues. And I couldn't help but listen to the CBC National News last night at radio that the federal government, for example, has rolled out the first time or a long time, 1,000 chemical compounds that are now being fully reviewed and are eventually, but even now they're saying, well, we're doing it as fast as we can. Since World War II, we created over 500,000 new chemical compounds and we throw it out into the environment and products, everything like that. But when we want to take it out of it, products, because it's in our bodies and everything, we can't do it. We got to go through this whole rigmarole. Now, just out of curiosity, why isn't there, knowing what's happening with this mass extinction, knowing how many species are at risk, why isn't there power, and knowing how powerful the other levels of government, especially the federal government, why is there legislation that exists that we will step in and we will protect that species, period? What's stopping that?
The desire to profit off of all of the things going on around us. If you go to European countries that have been developed for 1,000 years, they're not a resource-based economy. We're still exploiting resources as the way we move forward. So if you say that you want to protect species and trees, then you hear from the logging companies and the mining companies. And then the other piece of it is private development. Folks say, well, private land, can do whatever I want. That's the most important thing. But a funny little story, but I'll probably relate that at the town hall about how you have to give to community and how that means private landowners can give to their community. So
to me it seems counter. There's no logic because we're cutting out the food chain below us, and we don't know what really the consequences of that going to be in the long run, including to our own security and well-being.
Yeah, the knowledge that we have right now, the
wiping out of these species.
Yeah, the knowledge of the Kunming-Montreal Protocol when 196 countries came to Canada and said, we have to protect 30% of the lands and waters in order for society to survive. So we didn't have that absolute guidance in the past. And although facts don't always sway people, it's storytelling instead. That story of us making a place where 30% protected area is what we have, where we walk into nature. Your bicycle ride to your office is through a park. And when you need to unwind because your job is busy and heavy, and you can go to a local park, or you can, if you have traditional ceremonies and teachings and you go to a forest and you feel what those trees are telling you. Like those are things that we can put into our society, but we have to talk about them. The very first piece of acting on climate is talking about climate, and solving the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis together means we look at this and say, how did we get here? And I can tell you it's not deregulation. Deregulation isn't the problem. We literally have to spend more money and more resources on our communities. We have to accept that if you have resources, you're going to have to give them to your community. And even during the Pallister years where things got really sparse in the government, the same message was that the city of Winnipeg needs to talk to the public in advertising about how important nature is. The province needs to talk to the people in the province about how important nature is. Those conversations are coming from the federal government, but federal government has very few controls over land. It's the city and the province, and that's where we need to see them talking to the public. And you have a talented group of foresters and folks who are looking at the trees, like, well, getting those stories out in the public, saying this is what the city has, this is what we're looking at. And yeah, you're going to get countered. People loud barking dogs on the other side, but the reality is all of the world knows that we need more nature.
And just, are you aware, and I'm not a conservative, but are you aware that either it was on the Palliser government or the Stephenson government, and you're probably not aware of this, I'm just putting this out there, that former Minister of Conservation did offer the city of Winnipeg $2 million towards the purchasing of LeMay, and it was turned down.
City decided to turn down the money. Yeah, I mean
Just, are you aware of that? Yes or no?
No,
you weren't. Okay.
Start of this campaign for me.
Are you aware? I'm going to hand out to this committee the copies of Miss Sweeney, Dr. Sweeney. I'm going to give them copies so they have it, and copies of Mr. Winthrop Hotel Development circulation that was sent to many groups on February 11th, so it's nothing confidential. And just for the committee's own reference.
Suspend the rules.
No, I'm just making aware that I'm going to just give it to you informally for the record. So, yeah, but thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Okay. So, Councillor Wyatt, that will not be in the minutes, as you're aware.
Oh, then I'll move that it be suspend the rules to.
Councillor Wyatt moves to suspend the rules. All in favor?
Yes, I would think. Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. That'll be included in our minutes, those two documents there.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, sir.
I would just like to make the point, this is Eric's third time here. I don't need to ask him any more questions. This is because of Eric and his presentations. I learned the word affiliated and filius. And if you want to know, you can just ask me. Or Google it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Stacy Gossman has indicated that they are not able to speak today, so that's the end of delegations.
Okay. I would ask that the committee consider the following items before we break, as there are several items that will take up.
I need to take a 5-10 minute break.
Yes, and I hear you on that. So do I. I would ask that items 10 through 14 be moved on the list. Item 5.
Now?
Yes.
No, I have a discussion on item 10.
Okay, those are all extensions of time.
Yeah, the other ones I don't have an issue with, but I like to keep item 10 stepped down.
Okay.
What were the other ones you wanted us to?
Items 5, 11, 12, 13, 14.
5, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I am. So moved.
And that's concurrence for item 5 with the public service and concurrence with community committee for items 11, 12, 13, and 14.
That's
Not
your
10, but yes.
Correct.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Wyatt, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that is carried. With that, we will now break and we will reconvene here. We'll allow for a proper break until 12:30. Please and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development for this Thursday, March 6th of 2025. We are on our regular reports with item number 1, request to refund the inspection fee associated with vacant building schedule. A, inspection invoice of 128 River Avenue. we'll hear from the public service.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Martin. I'm the operations coordinator with licensing and bylaw enforcement. I am joined by Corey Burgess. He's the bylaw enforcement coordinator responsible for vacant buildings as well. I will be providing an overview, and Mr. Burgess is here and he can provide additional specific details related to the property if required. The vacant building bylaw was adopted by council to regulate the conditions of vacant buildings and discourage boarding. The bylaw provides guidelines for property owners to maintain their property. One of the main objectives is for the safety of first responders and the overall safety and well-being of the community. Licensing and bylaw enforcement, for the most part, is complaint-based and responds to community concerns about vacant buildings received via 311 or as referred from other agencies such as the Winnipeg Fire Paramedics or the Police Service. When a building is determined to be vacant, an information package is sent to the owner identifying the building is deemed to be vacant and subject to the vacant building bylaw. Licensing and bylaw enforcement also provides an information brochure on the vacant buildings bylaw and all associated fees. In accordance with the vacant building bylaw enforcement officers conduct regular inspections of vacant buildings at a minimum of once per year. Officers conduct an interior and exterior inspection of the building to identify that minimum property standards as laid out in the Schedule A of the bylaw are maintained in compliance. These have been established as an incentive for owners to develop, reoccupy, or otherwise maintain their vacant buildings. The fees are charged only once per year for this vacant building inspection. For this property, the vacant building inspection fee for 2025 is $1,685 for the Schedule A inspection with orders. Council recently approved an escalator fee as well that will be applied in subsequent vacant building inspection. This escalator fee for the inspection would be an additional $1,000 for next year if it remains vacant. Normally, the first inspection for the interior and exterior of the property, unless additional conditions are present, a Schedule A inspection will occur approximately 20 to 30 days after the building is determined or declared vacant. The property will be re-inspected throughout the year. However, the owner is only invoiced for the inspection on or about the anniversary date, which means there could be multiple inspections for that property, but they're only charged for the one. This building was found vacant in July 17, 2024 via complaint through 311. The complaint basically said the property had been breached, which means either a door or a window were broken. Somebody wanted to get in and subsequently it was left open and accessible. A notice of inspection was sent to the property owner August 22nd, 2024. Then again, September 20th, 2024, and again, October 7th, 2024. The reason for the delay was licensing and bylaw enforcement officers were working with the owner on a date that was suitable for him. Email exchange showed the officer notified the property owner that there was a fee associated with the inspection. Our position is that this building is vacant. The inspection did occur in consultation with the property owner. The invoice issue is compliant with the bylaw and is considered valid. This property owner has been the owner on record, on title since March 18th of 2024, almost one full complete year. That's all.
Thank you very much. Looking at the images here, these are taken in November of 2024. I would assume that is photos that are prepared in the case that this is being appealed.
Correct.
Okay, so the last status that we have of this building is what we see before us, submitted as Winnipeg Public Service enforcement photos.
Yeah, so this also provides us with sort of a history or a detail for the next time that we attend.
Okay.
We would have taken pictures as well if we attended for garbage. We don't take necessarily pictures of the property itself, but we take the pictures of the infraction.
All right.
So,
thank you. Yes, Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Chair Duncan. So I understand this can be frustrating, given different concerns people have in different areas of the city for all sorts of various issues very similar to this, related to this. Would you say that this was dealt with consistently with the format that's meant to take place? Were there any exceptions regarding the process with which the decision is made here? Anything unusual or standard procedure? Would you like to comment on that?
What decision, whether it's a vacant building or?
Yeah.
So,
the inspection fee, things like this.
yeah, so our process is we receive a complaint. We get out there as quickly as we can to establish whether it is a vacant building. Through that, we try to, we would mail out the brochure as indicated to the property owner, and hopefully that stimulates the conversation, which this did. After that, it was established that it was vacant building, and the property owner also said it was, as they were looking to redevelop the site. We worked with the property owner on establishing the vacant building inspection, which is a Schedule A. And again, as indicated, we initially, once it's declared vacant, try to get in there as soon as possible, anywhere from 20 to 30 days. But also with communication, we try to work with the property owner. As again indicated, we had to change it upwards of 3 times to accommodate them. And that would be the only difference, is the communication. A lot of vacant buildings, we don't have communications with property owners. They don't tend to like to get a hold of us. But this property owner, again, was. And then we tried as best we can to accommodate the Schedule A inspection to work within their timeframes.
Thank you.
And just a question in regards to avoiding this Schedule A infraction, the property owner would have been required to do what?
Avoiding the?
Yeah, so, you know, you guys come out in August.
Yeah.
You say do X, Y, and Z. What is that?
So the inspection itself, the Schedule A comes with a list of orders.
Yeah.
We issue an order. It identifies the deficiencies in that property.
Okay.
So the vacant building bylaw is reoccupancy. Or do something with the property, maintain it so as such. So the property owner actually is charged for that inspection. And that's what the Schedule A inspection fee is. And once all those are identified, we share with our colleagues at the Fire Paramedic Service. They have access to our database. So if there were to be some sort of incident there, whether it's, an ambulance has to go or a fire truck has to go, they know what the building is and the hazards that are in it.
So if they would have boarded up the building and ensured that it was secure, would that have met the expectations?
So the building is actually, under the bylaw, is required to be either conventionally secured, which means all windows and doors have to be either locking or closing, or it has to be boarded. From my understanding, this building was conventionally secured, and we have Mr. Burgess on there, and he could speak more to that. So that would be the only 2 options, but that doesn't avoid fees. Again, we would inspect. That's why we like the owners to be on site. They allow us access. They can take us through the building and identify what they've done. So,
okay. So before us today is whether or not we are going to enforce the inspection fee, just as it's read it, report number 1. Not whether or not it is secure, or not whether or not the condition is habitable or anything. It's
correct.
The inspection.
The property owner is wanting a refund of the fee.
Okay. I'm clear on this. Any motions? Oh, I see a question.
Yeah, a question. In your reports, we've dealt with a few of these now. Is there any way that, because I find myself having to fish through the pages of the report to find out exactly what does it mean in the event that we do vote to waive the fee? Could we not have the fee clearly stated on the front page of the report so it's very clearly understood what we're being requested, committee is being requested to do?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, 100%. It could be right at the forefront. It does state in the minutes that we are that the property owner is requesting a refund.
Yeah, I know, but then I gotta find the report, and sometimes there's more than one fee in sometimes these issues, and so I just wanna make sure we know what we're voting on.
Yeah, I can put that in my summary as well.
All right, that'd be great, thanks. Okay, I don't have any other questions at this time.
Seeing no other questions, we can move to motions on page 2 of the report. Anybody would like to move?
Okay, I'll move that the conditions outlined in section 24, I don't have to provide a reason, do I? Okay. I'll move that the conditions outlined in section 24 bylaw 79/2010 so I'm going to reject the refund. So what do I need to say?
Have not been met.
Have not been met, and the request to refund the fees associated with Schedule A inspection invoice be denied.
This motion on.
Do you have any arguments on that?
No, I don't need to provide any comments.
No, I just, I'm not gonna support, I believe that, I heard the applicant say that, they're a relatively new owner to the property. I think we should encourage, when a property trades hands to, especially when somebody is purchasing it for the purpose of upgrading. It sounds like the very fact when I heard the word that they hired an architect tells me that they're serious. Often people will not go to the expense of hiring an architect. They want to make upgrades. I think that is something that is positive, and therefore I don't want to discourage them. $1,685 is not a small amount of money. It's a fair bit amount of money. And if that amount of money can be turned to be invested into the property with their expenses that I'm sure they're going to have, I think that's positive. I realize the department had to react based on a complaint. I appreciate that. And that they're doing their job and reporting to us accordingly and enforcing the bylaw. But ironically, this property could have been like this for quite some time. It was only because it was breached. And so this just happened to be the first complaint versus the other property owner who had it before is getting off in a way, you could argue. And I don't think that's fair. So, because it sounds like the condition of the property was what it was when I asked the question of the applicant or the party that was here on delegation, Vincent. It sounds like it was like that before, which means we just caught up to it after, just unfortunately when he bought it. But the previous owner should have been subject to it as well. Right? And so I just think it's unfair, especially since he bought it with the intent to fix it up and now he's doing that. So anyway, those are my thoughts. That's why I don't want to support the motion. Okay.
I'll be supporting Councillor Santos's motion. The public service visit at least 3 occasions in the enforcement summary. It also indicates that there were 2 voicemails, 8 emails, and 4 on-site inspections done. I think that the message was loud and clear on what the expectation was. That we are not arguing here today whether or not they did or did not do the work. It's that an inspection took place and that cost the city money. We're using resources for that. Unfortunately, those inspections continue to take place due to the property owner here not being compliant. So I'll support Councillor Santos at this point in time. Councillor Schreier.
Yeah, I do hear Councillor Wyatt, and boy, this is close. It is a question of due diligence, and there appears to be a certain level of due diligence involved, as Councillor Wyatt has explained it. Having said that, yeah, it's too bad. A certain amount of due diligence has to do with compliance and communication with the city, which was showing due diligence and a certain amount of patience as well. And on that basis, unfortunately, I'll be voting with Councillor Santos.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. Councillor Wyatt recorded in opposition. That motion, moving on to item number 2, enhancing enforcement of unsafe conditions under the Winnipeg building bylaw. concerns?
Sure. We will have a full report on this topic on April 16, but in the meantime, the Unsafe Conditions Response Team pilot project attends to all fires reported on the City of Winnipeg newsroom and any fire on the Winnipeg Fire Protection Daily Fire Log with a reported damage of $50,000 or more. The scope is currently properties with rubble piles remaining after the fire. So that means they're burned to the ground or demolished by WFPS. All other recent fire damage properties are referred to inspections for follow-up until response team gains more resources. Right now, there's 60 or more existing fires, which are unsafe AR and ORDs, and they were transferred to the response team for ongoing enforcement action. So the response team has had 11 existing files transferred from inspections that require ongoing enforcement action. Right now, the PPT team has 1 enforcement services officer and 1 clerk. We have hired 1 more officer that will start at the end of the month, and 2 of our officers are importantly temporary unbudgeted employees. The average number of business days to attend after a fire, despite these staffing constraints, is 1 business day. The average number of business days to attempt a contact to contact the owner after the fire is 2.16 days. So this includes 1 outlier that was delayed because our safety officer was away on vacation. But without that 1 outlier, the average response time is 1 day. The number of fire damage reports and bylaw violations issued are 16, and the number of orders issued are 8. 5 of these are the result of the response team attending a property after a reported fire, and 3 are from existing folders that were transferred to the response team. The average number of business days between the fire and an order issued is 20, and this only represents the 5 orders that the response team attended after a reported fire. The total number of fires currently referred to municipal accommodations where the owners have failed to follow the order is 29. So we will bring you that written report that some of the counselors on this committee were looking for last month's on that full report on April 16. And I also have Rob Clements here with me should you want further information.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the committee? Being none at this time. We have a motion. Information at this point in time, motion.
I'll move the public services verbal report.
Information.
Yeah, as information.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Item number 3, award of contract for St. James Civic Center facility expansion. This is the RFP number 556-2024P, project number 2021-122.
Good afternoon, Councilor
Erickson. Good afternoon.
So Jeff Hatton, Director of Assets and Project Management, and Brad Erickson, Manager of Municipal Accommodations here. Fantastic milestone. This is an award of contract for the St. James Civic Center facility expansion. So Municipal Accommodations is executing this project on behalf of our client department, Community Services. So this report recommends a construction contract be awarded to Bird Construction in the amount of $12,313,500, MST included, GST extra. This is an ISA project, and just going back to some kind of key items in the discussion of the report, very detailed. We've gone through a request for qualification phase. A number of contractors qualified to move to the RFP phase. This is an RFP, so we're evaluating the bids received on page 6. Sorry, I think it's page 7 of your report, but on the submissions received, you'll note in the table about, we're rating total bid price, project schedule, and the social procurement elements of the submissions. And the most advantageous offer, the highest evaluation scores per construction, they're noted at 94.96 points out of 100. Other things to highlight, indicates that the rationale to award to the second lowest bidder was that the proposed schedule included a 3-month time savings versus other proponents. The construction phasing plan indicated minimal programming disruption to the existing facility. And also the proponent has a robust Indigenous and social policies and programs to provide employment opportunities, training and apprenticeship programs, and intentionally purchased from Indigenous and diverse businesses. So with that summary, that's the project in a nutshell. We're looking forward to getting started with the construction of the expansions of the facility. Right. And we're here for any questions.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from the committee, I do have a question just in regards to during construction. We have our, I believe it's 4R. Is it 4R? Or is it just a recycling?
It's a community recycling depot on the property. That's correct.
And in speaking with the area councillor, Councillor Dobson, obviously some concerns about that still being accessible to the residents there in the surrounding area. I visit the Civic Center for other reasons, but obviously very well used, at times overused. Comments?
Yeah, so like there will be a temporary closure of that facility during the construction. So we're certainly the area that it currently occupies will be redeveloped as additional parking for the facility as we're building out on the front of the facility, losing parking, reconfiguring traffic circulation. That area will be designated as new parking. And then we'll be working with, we're assisting municipal accommodations, we're assisting solid waste services to potentially look at a new location for this. So that there'll be communication during construction, but the intent is to remove the bin assets, to facilitate the construction, and look for a new home in the area as we go forward.
And what amenities in that building are not going to be available to the public during construction?
Yeah, so I'll start, maybe Brad can follow in, but we're working closely with community services. This is at the front of house, right at the front of the building. So we're expecting some disruptions to services. So obviously, prime example being the arena and pool area. So certainly trying to maintain that to the best possible. So there will be some disruptions while we go through construction, but they'll be completely notified to the public. We're not shuttering the facility. That's not the intent. We're certainly going to work collaboratively with the contractor, but we're right at the front of the building. So we want to make sure we're keeping the work moving and keeping the public safe and keeping the building open as much as we can as we move forward with this expansion.
There was something, sorry,
Councillor White?
there was something when Councillor Dobson was here on this matter previously. There was something to the effect, maybe it was of the other standing committee actually, we heard about it, that I was on, pertaining to, it might have been Public Works, pertaining to certain amenities that he wanted to see that couldn't be accommodated. I can't recall what they were. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, there was a request by the councillor, I believe, to community services for there is a proposed expansion to change rooms and washroom facilities associated with the pool that's planned to the facility. It's not included in the scope of work and it's part of a future budget ask.
And how much is that approximately being budgeted for?
I think it's north of $3 million, but I'll have to confirm that. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I believe that.
So was there any way to add, if, in light of Bird being the one being selected by Elizabeth? Is that right?
Yes, Bird's being recommended.
Yeah, and so in light of that, was there any thought in terms of the fact that it came in under budget by $1 million, I think, roughly?
Yeah, so
Well, you had a budgeted amount here. What was the budgeted amount again? 3.5.
Just to go back to the original project that was approved for cost sharing was 14.006 million. As we went through the design, there was we couldn't accommodate the original scope of the project. We brought it back to council. There was a $3 million increased allocation and debt
Right,
to the project
for a total,
for a total of $17.006 million. So
that's your approved budget.
that's our total approved budget, includes engineering, consultancy, approvals, permits, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. And then.
So there is no room for this expansion in the current budget.
So the current, but hold on, the bid is at 12.3.
That's correct.
You're saying that all the soft costs were $5 million?
So we're recommending $2.4 million in contingency be held for this project. And then the rest of the $3 million is related to engineering, design, permit, development costs. So.
Okay, repeat that again. So you're recommending that, okay, the construction cost is 12.3.
12.3, that's correct.
And what are you saying is on top of that now you're recommending?
In recommendation 3 of the report,
yeah,
we're recommending that a contingency amount be approved and delegated to the CEO to approve in the value of 2.4 million. We're tying into an existing facility. My intent is to bring this
20% contingency
on an existing H facility for sure.
Yeah, but if we have a secured bid from Bird, why aren't we? I don't understand.
There's always unforeseens, Councillor. In this is not greenfield construction. This is H building. We might run into hazardous materials, unidentified risks. So we're recommending this. My intent would be to bring this project under budget, and then council can retask any funds in the future for sure.
So that gives me a total of 14.6 million and 17.006 for the approved budget. What's the balance?
The difference between 17 and 14 million.
Yeah, I know. But what are you earmarking that balance somewhere too?
No, that's already been accommodated. It's already been identified, and it's been used for engineering fees, project management fees, debt servicing. So all that money has been fully allocated.
So $3 million was spent on the soft costs.
Yeah, or will be. Yep.
Or will be.
Yep.
$3 million on 17. So that's like another 20% for soft costs. That seems rather high.
Yeah, certainly the design work, we had to pause design work and do a little do rework as part of to bring this project within the scope and within kind of a reasonable budget. So there was certainly some additional work that was done, but that's
I guess. And what is, you have a breakdown on 3 million?
We can provide that if required, yeah, for sure.
And is it all of the 3 million?
It's an estimate, Councillor. We can provide.
No, but I mean, the soft cost budget that you have broken down, what is that total?
I don't have that in front of me, Councillor, right now, so.
I would like to know that before approving this, because if there's extra money available there, we could maybe earmark it to the washroom to get it going right now.
Yeah, there's no design, Councillor. There's no, so there would be.
Why are we only getting a partial report here?
I'm giving you a full report, Councillor.
No, I don't have, I had a budget approved at 17.006 million. I am being asked to approve today 14.6 million. So where's the balance 3 going? And I don't have a breakdown on that.
That's not traditionally included in the award report.
Soft costs have always been included in our budget.
No, Councillor, that's not.
Really?
That's correct.
Maybe they should be. But because that's a real 20%, that seems high. Maybe we haven't included soft costs in the past because it's usually 10%. But anyway, all right. I just want to put those comments on the record. I'll be supporting the report.
Questions from the committee? Move it.
I'll move it.
Santos, this recommendation of public service, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
Item number 4, Energy Forest. Here for the public service.
Great. Gord and Jess are joining us. I'm assuming you want our verbal report back before we respond to delegation comments. All right, so I'll hand it over to Jess for that.
At the January 13th meeting on this standing policy committee and held over on February 6th, the public service was directed to report back on a number of questions regarding the LeMay Forest. including to assemble the lands identified on Schedule B for the purpose of a city park. There are 4 ways that the city can acquire property: can purchase the land, land exchange, donation, or expropriation. The Public Service has reached out and received a response from the landowner. In very early discussions, they are not interested in selling or donating the land. However, a land exchange may be possible over expropriation. We have not explored any of these options as it would require committee direction. If the city came to an agreement with the owner of any of these options, it is possible that the tree cutting would stop. Expropriating a property requires council to declare and confirm the expropriation. It often takes several months to possibly 2 years, and it must be fair and reasonably necessary for the objective of the city. If the city chooses to expropriate, the expropriated owner is not liable for the damages done to the property until being served with a notice of possession. This is typically done several months into the process. Declaring an expropriation does not allow the city to cancel the development permit for tree cutting. This can only be done when the notice of possession is served. Only once the expropriation is confirmed by council, the city becomes the legal owner of the property and responsible for compensation to the expropriated owner. Costs that are a result of an expropriation typically include market value for the land, reasonable costs, expenses, or losses, legal appraisal, and other costs incurred by the owner. And at this time, no appraisal has been conducted on the land for Schedule B. There is also no budget that can be estimated for the expropriation. It was also mentioned to use the land operating reserve. The LOR is used for the purchase of land that is intended to be resold and would require council approval to use the LOR for an unimproved expense. The budget and funding must align since the city is legally obligated to compensate the expropriated owner. The Public Service was asked as the applicant to initiate the rezoning of the city-owned land as outlined on Schedule A to the appropriate PR zoning. We determined that the Schedule A does not appear to align with the current property boundaries. I will note that changing the zoning of the city land on Schedule A will impact what can be done on site. However, the rezoning will not determine whether the land is a park. It is currently zoned for RR5, which allows for park use without rezoning. So that is our update.
Very quick question before we get into a series of questions. RR5 is
rural residential 5 acre lots.
So nothing to that question.
No.
It tends to be in outline areas where there's larger sites.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chairperson, I appreciate the definition of the LOR, land operating reserve, but correct me if I'm wrong, but the land operating reserve definition of the created reserve, there was nothing in the reserves definition that also says that the reserve should be used to balance our annual operating budget. Is that correct?
That's a
I just want to make sure that we put everything out there in terms of what the LOR has been.
Council reserves a right to waive policy, but it's intended for one purpose, but yes, I agree, it doesn't get used for other purposes.
Yeah, so the precedent has been set that it has been used for purposes, which clearly I think the most often used for other purposes has been probably single often used other than its defined purpose. Probably been the use to by councils today and councils in the past, going back many years, to use the LOR to balance the operating budget.
Yeah, the director as fund manager doesn't have the authority to spend money of the LOR
unless
council, yeah.
And of course, a vote by the budget means council for all it is deciding as the LOR for another purpose. So I just want to make sure that's out there for the record. There was a letter sent to the mayor of Winnipeg, which I have circulated, but it was sent to him in the capacity of a matter which, if I were the mayor, I'd probably want to run past the CAO, and the CAO would probably say to the mayor, well, you know, technically this was in a matter that's more pertaining to my office or the office of the director. Was the office of the director or the CAO's office informed of this correspondence, you know, that I've circulated?
I haven't seen that. I mean, I didn't see.
Yeah.
You emailed it to me? Okay. I can't email it to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't mind. I guess I'm questioning because in the circulate, this letter was sent on February 11th to the mayor, and I don't think it was sent to the mayor on behalf of for the mayor's purpose, but rather as a city, as a corporate, or what Councillor Edie would call the presiding officer, under the act. That the letter, outlines, if you need a moment to have a look at it, Madam Director, I certainly would be more than happy to ask the committee to give that to you, time to look at it and consider it. Because it is I've had to read it a few times, and I just got this last evening. It wasn't sent to me by the mayor. To my knowledge, the mayor didn't circulate this to council. The mayor didn't circulate this, or the CAO, to my knowledge. To my knowledge, this letter was neither also circulated when we get circulated correspondence at the time of the council meeting at the front of the agenda. And yet the letter was sent on February 11th. And if it wasn't sent to the director pertaining to a matter that was actually before this committee, I'm sorry. I don't know why the mayor's office would not circulate this to you. I would have. But one of the things said in the second page is very concerning. And I've referred to this letter now in this meeting, is that all three levels of government, as well as several right holders, were notified regarding these findings, namely of unmarked graves on lands owned by the city of Winnipeg, lands owned by the Behavioral Health Foundation, lands owned by Total. And I don't know if that is accurate or not, because it's a third party writing, but it could have been, it would be nice to have this verified in advance of this meeting. But of course, this letter wasn't circulated to my knowledge, or was it? And I guess I'd like to get a clarification on that first before we go any further on this matter, because if the letter wasn't circulated, why wasn't it? And if the letter was circulated, then why are we even talking about issuing a development permit on somebody's land when we know that this should trigger the requirement for the Heritage Resources Branch of the province of Manitoba to be involved in the Heritage Resource Impact Assessment, all that stuff. So that's really what I need. If you need time, Madam.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, okay.
Ready to respond if that's
okay. Fair enough.
So through our chair, yes, this letter was shared with us.
Okay.
And it's important to note that the developer did send to the city a Heritage Resources Impact Assessment, as well as biological land inventory, which addresses the nesting birds, if any. The landowners completed Heritage Resources Impact Assessment is their private document, and we would leave it up to them to speak to that. It is on circulation with the development application for subdivision and rezoning in the spring of last year. The province did provide a letter to the applicant outlining the responsibilities under the Heritage Resources Act if they do develop in the context of the assisted living proposal. The public service report of approval in part on the development application for subdivision rezoning from September of last year recommended a condition of approval in the proposed zoning agreement that would apply a heritage covenant, ensuring all things heritage related get addressed before the issuance of a permit. Given the recommendation was not concurred in by council and the decision of rejection applied, there is nothing in place within city control enabling the Heritage Act to be applied. We issued the tree clearing permit under the current RR5 rights, acknowledging we do not have regulation in place to regulate private tree removal. Only that the charter and zoning bylaws say vegetation removal is development and that development needs a permit. If council were to in the future adopt a tree bylaw, those rights would change. Also, per Rodney Penner, our City of Winnipeg naturalist, the federal acts related to nature, such as endangered species or migratory birds, are taken into consideration in review of the ecology of a site and reflected in the city's process, such as ecologically significant natural lands strategy, where it comes to rare and significant species or habitat use.
Send this memo to us, that was.
Sure can.
Uh,
But could I just
Yeah,
read it
sure,
into the
sure.
record first, sir?
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you,
yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
The presence of a species or habitat which may be reflected in federal or provincial legislation are noted through this process if they are known. That being said, an ecological review of a site through a city process only provides a statement or recommendation about that site. Any legal requirements or enforcement remain with the federal or provincial jurisdiction where those regulations reside. The Green Space Master Plan, which is under development now, and biodiversity policy may provide more process related to this in the future. But per the zoning bylaw, I would draw your attention to section 810, where the director is authorized to cancel a development permit where the director determines that A, the permit holder or the development authorized by the development permit has violated or is in violation of any city bylaw, or B, the permit holder fails to comply with one or more condition imposed on the development permit, or C, any information supplied in the application for development permit is or was incorrect.
Okay, that was very comprehensive. Thank you, Madam Director.
You're welcome.
I guess, I don't expect answers today, as I don't believe in this gotcha kind of crap, you know what I mean? Like I would prefer to get, for somebody to take back my questions and to think about it, and if we have to call a special meeting, we call a special meeting, deal with this matter. Again, because frankly, the questions I have are extensive, pertaining especially now with the recent memo that was just read, and Mr. Chair, coming to mind is this. If we can say that a subdivision is subject to certain requirements of the Heritage Resource Act and the Department of Heritage, why would we not then therefore do the same with regards to issuing a development permit? I'll repeat that again. So I heard that the subdivision was going to be subject to certain things before being signed off. Shouldn't the same accord been applied to and I don't want an answer right now, but shouldn't the same accord been applied to the development permit? That would have been given the same due course process as it allows somebody to go on their land and log in an area that we now have been confirmed, as noted by the director's memo or information provided, that we do know of species, we do know of both animal and plant that are native, and we now know because of this letter that there is definitely an issue here with regards to unmarked graves, or potential issue. Secondly, another question would be, if the developer initiated and conducted the HRIA, has the city done their own HRIA on their lands? If not, why not? Especially we were notified that there were unmarked graves on our land. And again, that ties into the issuance of the development permit. Why didn't we do that? Number three, or when will we do that? Number three, the development permit allows him to go and log on his land. Does that mean that it, for all intents and purposes, allows him to cross our easement? But typically in the past, we usually use a cross-access easement agreement. What's the status of that agreement to allow him to cross our access, which is the right of way, to be able to exercise his rights that have been now bestowed upon him in the development permit? And you follow me?
Yeah, can we have the first three questions?
Well, I mean, yeah, okay, I was just gonna give a whole bunch, and then if Department wants to come back later, or what do you want to do? How do you want to do?
Answer.
Okay, it's up to you. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So, with respect to our own HRIA, I mean, while the developer's heritage resources impact assessment is their own private document and private property, I think I'm at liberty to note that their area of likely cemetery does not include any city-owned lands. Our lands are only areas of interest that include things like the dike and the river bottom forest to the north of it, and our lift stations. So in the future, when Public Works does want to upgrade that lift station, we most certainly will be doing a heritage resource impact analysis assessment at that time.
But you're saying
Do we
most
have
likely.
any other series of questions in there?
But hold on, just to follow up to that one, but just most, you said most likely. But according, we don't know based on the Tochal letter from Winthrop that that's for sure, nor do we know.
No, we do know that for sure because
So we know that for sure there's no unmarked graves in the right of way.
we know for sure that our city-owned land is not per their heritage resources impact assessment in the area marked cemetery. It's marked area of interest. So no, that's why if we were to disturb those lands, we would do an HRIA.
But in this letter that he is writing to us, he is saying that we're being notified that there were findings of unmarked graves on lands owned by the city of Winnipeg. And matter of fact, he's saying that we are going to go forward with our work related to the HRIA, and you have until April 11th to inform us if you want to be part of that work.
So we did respond to that email, that letter,
Do you
and
have a copy of it?
that's from the CAO's office, not from me. So we could certainly request that the CAO.
I'm assuming
share
the mayor was written here as the head of council, so I'm assuming this should have been circulated to council. Why it was not is very disturbing. And the other question I have is why we're not getting a response from it. But anyway, go ahead.
Counselor, just want to clarify one thing because that did stand out to us when we saw that letter. And so I followed up with the writer and asked to confirm whether there's confirmation that unmarked graves exist on city land. And the response was physical confirmation of unmarked graves being located on city lands has not yet occurred. So I think there was.
Was that a written statement or a verbal statement?
That was through email because I had never heard anyone confirm there was unmarked graves on the city land.
I'm hearing two different things. I got one letter here signed writing saying one thing.
So I asked the writer to confirm that statement and that was the response. So there's a difference in terms of what that letter says versus what I had in follow-up. So as Hazel had mentioned, there's areas of interest beyond what the cemetery proper was. And it is possible there could be unmarked graves outside of that cemetery. And probably some of you heard this before of, in some cases, bodies could not be buried in the cemetery for religious reasons and were outside. So there's definitely the possibility that could occur on the city land. And as Hazel mentioned, there's potentially a lift station that's going to get constructed at some point in the future. And at that point, we will absolutely have to do an HRA to confirm what exists.
Yes and no, to the point of the other question that I asked, which is we've issued a development permit that basically sounds like gives them an access agreement across our right of way. Was there an access agreement?
The development purpose, that development permit has no correlation to the development permit. Sorry, the easement has no relation to the development permit. That was strictly just to access their land because they also own a home on LeMay. Right. So they were just looking for a second point of access. So the easement was just simply to allow access.
So there was an easement, so there was an agreement between the city and the developer to allow him to access our land.
Correct.
That's separate from the development permit.
Correct.
That has nothing to do with the development permit.
No.
And how was that permission given? And who?
The typical way to application.
Our chief zoning officer, Dylan Harris, is online and is happy to enter into this
Okay,
conversation.
so what I'm hearing here, just to quickly summarize before we hear Mr. Harris, is that there were two grants given to them. One for a permit to clear trees and two to cross our property.
There was two permits?
No, it's not a permit. It's an easement agreement between
right.
the city and the
Cross
landowner.
access easement.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it, just allow to get access, but the development permit is unrelated to that easement.
Okay, and then Mr. Harris would speak to.
Unrelated? How is it not, how is it unrelated? Because he has to get across our land to be able to.
They still cross over the property they own on LeMay, or they could enter into an agreement with another owner to cross that property. So
But it's,
I
but it is related to our development permit, Gordon. I mean,
by
he's in fact-
extension,
he's in
yes,
fact-
no, and yeah, sorry. They can use that to carry out the function of the
Right.
development permit, but it's not that one had to follow the other. That's,
I hear what you're
convenience
saying.
that they
He
can
has
use
other
that.
options, but it was related. Okay,
Yes.
okay. I just want to clarify that.
Okay.
Sorry, can you state the clarification, the question you want answered?
While you at it, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sure. So we're looking for clarification. There was a easement agreement, I suppose, if you want to correct me on the actual wording here, given that triggered the approval of the permit to conduct tree clearing.
Yeah, my understanding, the agreement to provide access over city land was in place prior to questions about the permit. So, yes, they can use that application, or sorry, that easement area to access their lands. They did provide confirmation of that easement being in place at time of their permit. So did they happen at the same time? No. Does one serve the other? Yes. Like Mr. Chappell said, they have two options for access to their land. Over city land through 823 LeMay.
Why hasn't anybody in the public service notified this committee when this has been a such controversy for such time? Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm just jumping in. I'll shut up. Do you have any other questions?
I had a question.
We'll go to Councillor Santos and then come
I
back.
just need to know, do you happen to know the date of the cross-access agreement that was signed and executed? What's the date?
I don't. We can find that. Like I said, that sorry, I was just going to say, just purely based on recollection, don't quote me on this. I believe it was April of 2024, but I'm not certain. It was around that time.
What was April 2024?
Cross-access.
Okay.
So this might not be for you, Mr. Harris, but for Director Boards. You said that the approval of the tree clearing permit for the intention of development. So I'm confused when we as a council say rejection of any sort of development permit or building permit or anything of that nature, what development is taking place on land?
It's not for the purpose of development. Just any property owner in Winnipeg has the right to clear trees and through a development permit process on their own private land. And so the current tree clearing and removal development permit is not associated with development of the land. Those two are disassociated at that point, this point in time.
Have the right, why are we providing a permit?
I can try to explain the nuance of this. So for clarity, the permit we issued is solely for tree removal, right? So they can't build, they can't dig, they can't do other things outside of the scope of that permit. What we struggle with is that, to what our director mentioned, we don't have regulation in place that says an applicant can't cut down a tree on their private property. What we do have is a definition of development in the City of Winnipeg Charter. The zoning bylaw points to that definition of development. So that's how we define it in the zoning bylaw. And then it says in the zoning bylaw, paraphrasing, to do development work, you need a development permit. So the situation we were in is, the applicant is wanting to cut down trees. We don't have the ability to say no to it. We do have the ability to say you need a permit for it. So that's the background to how we came to issuing the tree removal permit.
I'm still confused on why it is that we would identify anything to do with cutting down trees if we don't. We can't regulate it one way or the other.
The challenging part, Councillor, if I may, is today under RR5, if a person just for their desire wanted to cut down trees, they can with that permit.
With that permit. Okay, question. Okay.
Still,
Can we get a copy of it?
That's.
They were circulated.
Can we get a copy of the access agreement from April of 2024?
Yeah, Gord, is there any issue with providing that?
Without speaking illegal, my guess is we could potentially circulate that in camera at committee, but not otherwise. Because I think councilors are members of the Public Service Act committee and not outside maybe.
But it's our land, we're giving access. It's not his land, it's our land, we're giving access. There's no other third party, we're the ones signing off giving access. And he requested it, but we're the ones giving the permission. There's no negotiation.
Correct. You're saying the city has the authority to do what it wants?
Well, I'm saying the city has the ability to approve it and there's no other party. He's not signing on to the access agreement saying he has any obligations. We're saying, here you go, you can cross our land.
Correct, yes. We
So-
are the absolute authority in terms of what we do with our land.
I just don't know why we have to be in camera, but it doesn't even make sense. I could get it if there's an obligation in response to him, like he has an obligation under the access agreement. That was negotiated, I suppose, but I don't see what it
We
would
can
be.
follow legal. I'm just not 100% confident of what can be shared in terms of private agreements.
I'd like to get, if we have to go in camera together, that's fine, but my question is this then, if he had access to another part of his lot that he owned on LeMay, my assumption is he needed access through our land because he has a house in the middle of that lot and he can't bring through heavy equipment and everything to haul out the lumber, I suppose, that he cuts. Why was it then? But yet he's not being denied access to his property because he has property off of LeMay. How is it? Why is it that was not brought to the attention by whoever in the city to the Winnipeg Police Service, who were called in to effectively arrest people who were denying the access agreement across our land, when clearly there was another avenue that he could have accessed his land that nobody should be threatened with arrest, including myself, with regards, or anybody who was there that day. But yet, City of Winnipeg Police Services were called and told these people should be subject to arrest because they're denying they were actually told it was not because of the access agreement, it's because of the development permit. Everybody thought it was the development permit. But when it really isn't the development permit, it's the access agreement through our ROW.
Yeah, it's not.
And so, but yet he has access to his own lot. Therefore, he is not being denied access to his land. Maybe denied out of it, there's an inconvenience to him, but that's totally different, right? Why would people, members of the public, have been threatened with arrest? Police were being going with information, but no, they weren't being told accurate information from another part of the city. And so they were being pushed to effect arrests based on the fact that these people were blocking the only access he had, which was not true. Why didn't anybody say anything? I'd like to know that answer.
I think that's not a question for us. I think that's a question for the developer or others. I mean, we grant the access, the court's made a decision on who can occupy the land.
But nobody said, councilors, by the way, the access to the property is not via the development permit, the access is through an access agreement. This is the first we heard this today. Nobody said anything before this.
But to be clear, the city land was included as part of the development application.
The city land was part of it, which was denied.
Yeah, correct.
So what does that have to do with anything?
I just pointed out that's always been part of the application area.
I hear you, Gord, but that application was denied prior to all these things happening is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and Dylan's already pointed out, there's still nothing in our bylaws that prohibit them from cutting down trees.
Yeah, they just got to get in there through maybe their own lot. Now, if we withdraw, can we withdraw the access agreement?
We could, yes, that is an option.
Okay. So there's no legal risk to us if we withdraw the access agreement? I don't want to hear there's a legal risk later on.
No, and we have a lift station and pipes in the area that will need to get worked on. And it may be beneficial to have a cooperative and collaborative relationship with the owner.
But putting that aside, as it stands right now.
There's no obligation.
There's no obligation. We can withdraw the access agreement immediately. Okay.
The director is just going to step away here. She has an appointment she notified me of.
Do you want us to come back to this when you're back?
No, I would like to appoint James Beach as acting and,
Director, okay, that's.
you may proceed.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you very much, Hazel. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question about.
Sorry, I missed the last piece of that. So Councillor Wyatt, you made a statement that we can.
Which, I asked, can we withdraw the access agreement?
Yes, we can.
We can, without legal ramification.
I would not, if we were gonna ask questions illegal, I would ask that we go in camera and discuss that.
But I just want to note that we can withdraw without legal apparently road issue. We have the power to withdraw the access agreement.
But how does that hinder us from accessing our lift station?
We have other easements. I don't know what they say in terms of access. I think to Councillor Wyatt's point, they have another property in LeMay that they could use for access. We're under no obligation to grant them access. We have.
What was their reasoning for wanting access?
The original intent, which Dylan's correct, it was April 2024. At the time that we started to negotiate with them, there was old boats and sheds and different things on that was left behind the land that they wanted to get rid of that. There was some deadfall they needed to remove. So the intention was to sort of clean up the land that morphed into perhaps something a bit different.
So they.
Councillor Santos, did you have a question?
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if you're waiting.
So we're
Sorry about that.
talking about this and still, if I could get it answered in context of the way I put the question, maybe it's being answered in a way, but our director said that she would ask Dylan to answer the question, which I asked earlier this morning. And that is, if you're talking about it, we may not, we can't stop them from cutting down trees. Maybe it has to do with the development permit or the access agreement, I don't know. But I'm just making the point, as I did this morning, that numerous times have I been in the meeting whereby we've said for small lot developments, quarter acre lots or something like that, anywhere in the city, my ward, somewhere else's ward, I just recall offhand specifically John Orlico saying, well, on the condition that you don't cut down this tree and that tree, yeah, you can go ahead and do that development. There's been very specific examples while I've been on council in the last decade where I can't think of any in the last couple of years where, however, where the conditions were you can't cut down this tree or that tree on private property. How does that apply to here when we say we can't tell them what to do, but we have told them that they can't cut down trees?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor, and then Dylan can also provide, but Councillor, those are applications that are coming through council, community committee to council for decision by council, or applications under the delegation of the director to make a decision, a variance, a rezoning, or those sorts of things. Okay. That's when we can put conditions on for an arborist report or to save certain trees. It's when it's an application that's coming through for decision from council or director's delegate. Dylan?
Yeah, no, to build on James's response, we would use conditions of approval on an entitlement request, whether that be a variance, conditional use, rezoning. We would say in exchange for those rights, we would impose conditions to the best of our ability or to what council wanted or the committee wanted. Sometimes that would be, protect trees, establish a requirement for arborist report. An important thing to understand here is we're dealing with a permit, not an application, not a development application. So when we rely on what is in our bylaw at the permit stage, and there's nothing in our zoning bylaw that says a private owner cannot cut down one of their own trees.
And we're not looking at any time. I've heard talk about a change in the zoning of this place that has no bearing on today's meeting, or in terms of what the administration might be thinking about or dealing with in terms of any change of zoning for this land.
No, it went through council and was rejected. And now it's at the municipal board. They had hearings on it. And so now I guess the municipal board is going to be coming forth with a decision on the final, you know, if they get development or not, but it's with the municipal board.
Thank you.
When was the development permit to clear trees issued? When did they apply?
It was Dylan.
It was issued, I believe the date was October 18th was issued. The applicant did initially begin tree clearing, and it was through enforcement action and stop work. We worked through that and obtained a development permit. I believe tree cutting activity occurred in September of 2024, and we worked through that process and issued the permit. I believe the date was October 18th of 2024.
Okay, so I come back to this again now. We stop them from cutting down trees by we stop them from cutting down trees and then issue a development permit to say, go ahead and clear the trees. But we can't, but a landowner can clear their trees regardless of whether we like it or not, based on there being no bylaw to protect trees on private property.
Yeah, Councillor, like full disclosure, like we are trying to adhere as closely to our bylaws as possible. We issued stop work for doing that work without a permit, but we were transparent about the fact that we can't say, no, you can't do it when you apply for that permit. So we told them, you need a permit for this work. But we can't say that you cannot cut down trees. So they came in, they got their permit to do tree removal, and we issued it out of acknowledgement that it would be overreach to regulate them on tree removal.
So the permits really is just to have everything on the books here for the city. They are doing work. We don't particularly I'm not sure why trees are mentioned in the permit, to be quite honest with you.
Well, that's the nature of the work that they were doing, and we issued it in a narrow scope, right? We issued it for for tree removal, and the permit application indicated that they may not remove that material from the site. So that's why the stockpiling word is mentioned. But again, we are trying to uphold the zoning bylaw and the charter as closely as possible. We're also trying to set the scope for the permit as narrow as possible. So this permit doesn't allow to build anything, to dig anything. It's for what the words say it can do.
Okay, so we circle back to the cross access agreement. What do we want to call it?
Yeah, can I just
Well, it's not cross access, that applies to just access.
Access agreement, okay. So the access agreement, and I'll let you jump in here, Gord, essentially is the only way that go ahead, Gord.
Just to clarify, no obligation, the city has no obligation to grant the easement, but we did grant them a term until December 31st, 2025. So it is active until that point.
Unless this committee says otherwise. Does this committee have the delegated authority?
There's no termination clause in the easement.
But we could rescind it.
There's no termination clause in the easement. We have a contract.
But we can rescind the contract, you said earlier.
No, I'm saying that we have a term. Sorry, I misspoke earlier because we did offer a term until the end of this year.
Well, we can cancel it.
I would like
that's
to
breaking a contract.
Legal on this.
Yeah, that would be a concern. To your point, they have access to 823 Lemay.
And that's their property.
That is the property they own, yes.
That's a
house and garage, I believe.
Yeah. Which is why they want our access, is that right? Fair to say? Like, why do they need our access?
I'm assuming it's more convenient. It's right off the
Rue Landry
or Landry, yeah, whatever the road is. That it's more convenient for trucks rather than 823 Lemay, which may have restrictions on vehicles. I'm not sure. So it's a convenience aspect.
And sorry, in any other world, if you own properties that abut each other, you're allowed to cross them. Doesn't matter. You
No.
want to one?
No, you would need permission. If there's a certain point where if you do it illegally, that's not caught, you get a prescription, you can get a prescriptive.
If I have a property that abuts my other property, I need permission to cross that property line?
You cannot,
Same ownership.
same ownership's fine. If it's different ownership, you need permission.
I get,
Yes, Councillor Wyatt.
I guess where I'm kind of confused here is council votes not to allow him to develop.
Yeah, so why would you?
We vote,
To do a problem?
we vote, we say, committee recommends not to develop. Council votes not to develop. We know there's an issue brewing with regards to everything going on to save the forest. It's been going on for a while. It came out during the public hearing, during the Real. But then we issue them a development permit, which I understand under the bylaw, but if we have said we don't want to see development on this land, why would we issue the development? Why would we just simply say, okay, here you go. The charter says we have to do this. Is that really what it is? Is it like, isn't there any kind of discretion, I guess?
I don't think there is, just based on how the bylaws are set up. Like, I suppose the owner could say, I want to build a house, clear cut the entire land and put a house up within the constraints of the zoning bylaw.
But no, his land is landlocked. He's landlocked.
Well,
As it
except that he's
stands
got,
right now.
yeah, 823 LeMay, right?
No, we have to issue a demolition permit.
Yeah, but that was on the contingent, or the basis that there was no development, redevelopment associated with the land.
Right, but if there's redevelopment on the land, he needs to get access somewhere. He doesn't have any access for emergency vehicles.
So, yeah, I don't want to get into going down the rabbit hole. You potentially, get a short form subdivision. I'm not trying to find ways.
I hear you.
There's ways around, right? So I think we're just caught in a bit of a trapping of our own bylaws.
Yeah, I hear you, but where we are not caught is we do have discretion on whether or not we issue or give permission to somebody to cross our land.
Correct, except that, as I mentioned, he has, or the developer has access until end of 2020.
Unless I have in writing, I know you have an email from Mr. Winthrop, but I have a letter that was circulated to no less than the Treaty One, the Manitoba Inuit Association, the Manitoba Métis Federation, the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, the Honorary Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada in Ottawa, and the Mayor, and to the Premier. I'm going to take this letter over yours right now in terms of the opinion that there are on city lands. We have grounds to say at this point, we have not conducted an HRIA. Is that correct on our lands?
On that portion, no. And I don't know that that is an area of concern or not.
Well, we don't know because he's made a blanket statement saying that we're notified that all three levels of government, as well as several right holders, were notified regarding these findings of unmarked graves on lands owned by the city, lands owned by the Behavioral Health Foundation, and lands owned by Total. That's grounds enough to cancel a contract to walk across our land. We just found this out, and not only that, thanks for pointing it out to us. If you were to say we broke a contract, thanks for pointing it out to us. We're now taking action thanks to your letters. It's not like another party's pointing this out. There's the very party that we signed the access agreement with that's pointed it out to us. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that we have pretty good grounds to break the access agreement.
Well, good thing is that we have lawyers on staff here that can answer those questions.
Well, yes.
Is anybody looking to go in camera to speak to?
If we're going to go in camera, just before we do that, Mr. Chairperson, I have a few other questions before we go in camera. Have we requested a heritage resource impact assessment from the Minister of the Heritage Resources branch in light of this letter? Have we done that?
Have we initiated one?
Have we requested, as a city, have we requested and initiated? Holy cow, we possibly have people on our land. We now confirmed through a third party based on their heritage resource assessment, impact assessment. Have we now requested one to be done immediately on our lands, working with the province?
We will need to do one as we intend to construct a lift station, and we need to scope it out, but we'll need to scope it out based on the lift station.
Well,
that's going to happen.
The lift station's over by the river, right?
Yeah.
And that's close to the dike. I'm talking about
but I want to clarify something though, because the location of the cemetery and the area of interest is nowhere near the access point. And I'm not disagreeing with you. There's definitely the risk there, right? There's also that area has already been disturbed because there's a large pipe that goes underneath that land. I mean, that the strip of land the city owns is for the purpose of, I can't remember if it's a wastewater or water line there. So the area's already been disturbed. I don't know the history of that particular portion. So again, not disagree with you, but I just want to set the context.
I hear you. Thanks, Gordon. No, I appreciate that. And I want to say this with the most, I guess, picking my words carefully, that there are a lot of people who recently said, not recently, in the last years or two, that we shouldn't do anything with regards to looking for remains elsewhere. We should err on the side of caution here, I think, and assume that in this vicinity, which is our right of way, let's make it really clear, our right of way is literally right beside the facility, which is now the Behavioral Health Foundation, but is right beside the old historic building where that very orphanage existed in. And to think that we on our right of way may not have possible remains, or we can say with certainty that we don't based on this letter alone, and knowing the historical context based on also Dr. Shelley Sweeney, who has taken the time to research this and published it in the Free Press, I think we should err on the side of caution. I really think that we should be ordering HRIA right away on all of our lands immediately based on what's happening in this area, and rescinding any other rights we've granted to anybody. Maybe there's other rights we've granted others to cross access our property that we're not aware of. I think we should say all bets are off until we get the HRIA done on our lands. But anyway, those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairperson. I'd like to take a bit of a break if they want to assemble for a camera. Sure.
Yes.
I apologize. I just request a break when the committee's ready.
Just need to understand the process. Is it normal process to issue an easement cross-access agreement prior to a subdivision and rezoning approval?
So I want to just kind of go back in time here. Prior to anything being submitted, the applicant came forward to us. This is in late 23, I think, to say there's machinery or equipment or sheds or buildings or whatever left behind. And if you go on Ivy, you can see there's stuff everywhere. There was adjacent residents that would push the stuff onto land and said, we want to go in there, clean that up. Just need to get some trucks, trailers, move it out. There's some deadfall brush we need to take out of here. That's how it was presented. Okay, we entered into the easement till 2025 just to give them time to do that. That has since morphed into something completely different. I think, yeah. And if we're having that conversation today without an easement, we probably would have a different response to how do we move forward. But that was the thinking going into things to start with. And so now, yeah.
But during the subdivision, and so now, okay, that's fine, I understand the process. Then with the subdivision rezoning not being approved, I guess the easement just stays with that intent, with the exact intent that you had mentioned. Because if you're saying it's morphed into something, but then that morphed was rejected at council, doesn't it go back to the original intent of, quote, cleaning up the land with whatever you said, the debris and stuff?
Yeah, the scope of the easement was broad enough that it didn't restrict it from cutting trees necessarily. So again, I think this is sort of a hindsight thing. Maybe we could have done a better job putting certain terms in there, but we are where we are in terms of the access right now.
Okay. Just so before we break, I don't know if Councilor Trans, but I believe I was one point told that that if I hear of any kind of issue coming forward to the city that puts the city in a potential situation, that I am obligated ethically, morally, whatever, to advise. You know, what I have understood and heard from members of the community that either way, we could be risking legal liability here based on the fact we've granted the easement in light of what's been coming forward with regards to the unmarked graves, the community is going to take legal action against us if we don't rescind. And so I have to advise that in public session. We can get legal advice on how to deal with that in private, but I'm now putting that out there for the record, Mr. Chairman, that I've been advised that the community will take legal action against the city if the city does not rescind its access agreement. And either way, and I realize the issue is if you rescind, it's a contractor saying that we may have repercussions on that front. But now, because you've advised us of that implication, I'm saying there's also now the other.
Madam Clerk, if it is the intention of the committee to go into camera, however, we do want a break here as requested by the councilors. How would you recommend that we do that? Go into camera and then break, or come back? What do you want?
It's up to the committee, but if you'd like to take a break, reconvene.
Yeah, I'd like to take a break before we go in camera.
Okay.
It's been pretty intense.
So the intention of the committee here now, for those with us here in person and watching, is that we will go take a break, and then we will come back and go into camera. Will we appear back on the feed?
Yes, the committee will need to move a motion to go in camera.
Okay, so we'll be back.
Clarification before we cut the feed. We are specifically going in camera pertaining to any kind of legal issues pertaining to access agreements. What are we going in camera to discuss? We should advise.
We'll make the motion on that to make it crystal clear.
Okay, and then do we have to come out of in camera, Madam Clerk, to move a motion, or are we able to stay in camera if the matter that we're moving is of a confidential nature involving either HR, which is human resources, a staffing issue, or land? Specifically, it has to be specific that I believe the motion can stay in camera to protect the interests of the city. Is that fair to say? Maybe before you answer that, you could check if you have to.
I think it depends on the content of the motion. I would need to see the motion.
Okay, I just want to make it clear for the people who watch at home as well. So, thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 15 minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You just
Going live in 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development for Thursday, March 6th. We are looking to go in camera at this point in time. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Wyatt.
And that's to go in camera in accordance with section 3D.
Yes, Councillor Wyatt?
Pertaining to discussion with regards to land and pertaining to any other legal issues that may put the city in a legal position that we want to discuss the matter in camera. Yes.
Okay.
So with the
3D.
3D. Yes.
It reports or information which, if disclosed, would violate solicitor-client privilege.
Okay, right. Thank you. Okay, great. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried. We'll now go into camera. Live. Thank you very much. We're back. We will take a quick 5-minute break and reconvene for our regular reports and Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development for Thursday, March 6th. Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development for March 6, 2025. We are on item number 4, LeMay Forest. Do we have any motions at this point in time?
I just wanted to thank all the delegations who came and spoke. I want to thank the community for reaching out and last night sharing with me the letter of February 11th from Mr. Winthrop that was sent to the mayor. I'm glad to hear that legal will look into that letter as well. I'd like to thank all the presenters. I also specifically Louise May, who's gone through great extent of her own personal funds to deal with this matter in terms of the courts. I think there's a lot of passion in the community in terms of, one, the historic nature of the land, the fact that it's been a site in the center of the forest for the Sweat Lodge for a number of decades now. And the fact that we now know that the long history of the site has confirmed that there are remains on the site. We have heard from delegations who have spoken passionately that the extent of the unmarked grave could be larger than what we think it could be. It is right now. And we've heard that there could be unmarked graves on city land, or maybe, but we're not sure on that. We also have heard a lot about the nature, both the trees, but also and the longevity of them. Both growth forests, as we call it in Manitoba, but also in terms of the species on the at-risk list of the federal endangered species list. And I believe with all those things coming together, combined with the fact that council rejected a rezoning in this term on that land, with the same concerns being raised, that we should now look at steps to reverse, suspend the access agreement, but also I think we should initiate, I'd like to move a motion of ultimately initiate negotiation in cooperation though with the Manitoba Habitat Society, which is in talks with the federal and provincial governments with regard to money availability, and that be a coordinated effort, because right now they have,
Excuse me. Yeah. Also perhaps the provincial Department of Heritage.
and the provincial, yes, whatever provincial departments involved, that'd be a separate motion pertaining to separate from dealing with the access agreement. But this is pertaining to the acquisition, because we heard very emphatically, especially from Ms. May, and but from others too, the need to acquire the privately held lands somehow. She spoke strongly in terms of expropriation, but as we know, we like to exhaust other avenues prior to doing that. I think that's worthy. And we do have on the table money that we know part of it, if not all of it, expires at the end of this month through the Manitoba Habitat Society. We might as well see what we can do working with them and the province and the Heritage Branch and other parts of the provincial and federal government, which I understand the office of Terry Dugan has been involved with this. And as far as high up as the Premier's office, I understand that would be a coordinated effort by all three parties, province, feds, and the city, and fourth party being the not-for-profit, the Habitat Society, Manitoba Habitat Society, to attempt to assemble this land without having to go to the extent of expropriation, but in the event of failing that, expropriation if necessary, but not necessarily expropriation. And so those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to be very open and transparent where I kind of what I feel right now in terms of this issue. And I just think we're going to have to deal with this one way or the other. Let's deal with it now and show the leadership that's required to do so. So thank you. Said my bit.
Councilor Santos.
Before I make any comments, I just had a little bit further questions about the HRIA and that biodiversity conversations that occurred. Remind me again, and I do have iView up in front of me. What you had mentioned, someone had mentioned here that an HRIA was already done by the owners. Is that correct? So I'm going to be a couple of questions here, like walk me through it.
Yeah, that's correct. As far as we know, they've completed one and submitted one to the Historic Resource Branch.
Okay, so discussions had occurred already between, from your understanding, discussions had occurred already between the province and the owners with respect to the HRIA.
Correct, because that's a discussion to be had between those two parties, not the city specifically.
And they would have done the HRIA on both parcels of land or just one parcel of land?
I believe it's on the two roll numbers that the developer owns.
Okay, and then where is the potential cemetery again? Is it on, which parcel of land is it? Is it on the, I guess I'm just clicking here, roll number that ends in 500 or roll number that ends in 600?
I believe it to be 500.
500, okay. So that's the one that's beside, I guess, this Behavioral Health Foundation, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Is the cemetery, like, so do you have have you ever seen the HRIA report yourself? Have any of you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. I haven't gone through it in depth. I'm not that familiar with those reports, but I have seen that in some of the maps that were associated with it.
Okay, and where they had concerns about the cemetery, is it close to this cross-access area off of de la Digue?
The cemetery is in the northwest corner of that property, whereas the city's access parcel is the southwest corner.
Okay, not nowhere near the south part.
Which isn't to say that there couldn't be
Right.
stuff outside, but yes, the cemetery proper and the access parcels are not adjacent to one another.
But someone had mentioned that there was that this area had been dug up before. Like there's like sewer pipes underneath there. There's a dike that it's been moved and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But wouldn't there been at one point in time, of the land, like it would have been something would have happened in the past, or is that so long ago that nothing would have been done in the past?
Yeah, the history was essentially the easterly extension of de la Digue used to form the flood protection for St. Norbert. So there was a dike there. And then that was in 58, I think, 1958. And then 1962, it moved to its current location, which is it sort of wraps around the river there. At the same time, there is a wastewater pipe that runs off de la Digue and goes into that city property that provides access. So I believe that pipe is fairly deep. Presumably that land has been heavily disturbed over time. Whether someone has done an assessment historically, or I don't know what was done in the past. But presumably it's been disturbed over the years.
Sorry, I'm not too sure what Councillor Wyatt's motion is at this point, but I guess my concerns is the easement agreement to gain access to the land. That was done in April. And we knew that they had applied for a subdivision and rezoning in September, which was denied at council, or was rejected. And then they went in and had the right to clear the trees. So remind me again, the permits were issued in October. The city does not have bylaws or zoning bylaws with respect to private property when it comes to clearing trees, right? I know we've got something in motion that's going to either come to this committee or community services for tree protection bylaw, right? That would deal with specifically for private property. But in 2024, we don't have anything. So I'm of the opinion the city has done everything in their right, like with the certain constraints with the charter, has done their due diligence to issue the permits. So yeah, it's a difficult situation we're in. I'm not too sure I'm in a position to really make a sound direction to the public service to really support what's before us today, to direct them to initiate a rezone in the land, to, assemble the lands without, more information from either the developer or the proponent. So I'd be prepared to receive it as information at this time until we can get more direction from, I believe it's at the municipal board. Is that correct? right? When is that decision coming from the municipal board with respect to the subdivision and rezoning?
If they meet the timelines, presumably it'll be mid-April that we'll have.
Mid-April? I don't know if Councillor Weil had a motion, but
Sure, I'll move a motion in light of I understand your motion now. I didn't know what your motion was. I would move the following, that the public service suspend be it resolved that the public service supply in to members of council who agree to sign a confidentiality agreement, a copy of the access agreement, or what has been also referred to as a cross-access agreement. That apparently is now a contract that expires in December of this year. One. Number two, that the public service temporarily suspend the access agreement, subject to the following. With the information now received in the letter of February 11th from Tochel, that has indicated that there remains on city-owned land owned by the city of Winnipeg, but does not specify the lands, and that questions remain regarding the need for our own access agreement to be in place in light of the fact that Tochel does have another access point to their lands via LeMay Avenue, that the public service contact the Department of Heritage or Department of Resource Heritage to ascertain whether or not it would be wise to conduct our own HRIA or Heritage Resource Impact Assessment on all city lands in the area, including the right-of-way that has been subject to this access agreement. And that in the event the province indicates that an HRIA should be conducted, we delegate authority to the public service to immediately suspend the access agreement or cross-access agreement on the city of Winnipeg's, on any city of Winnipeg lands, including the ROW, until such time as said HRIA is completed and the results of the HRIA all circulated to members of council. That's my first portion.
All right, there's a lot in that. I saw the clerk feverishly typing away to try to capture that.
That's not off the top of my head. Thank you.
Would you like me to just clarify the wording, Councillor?
Sure, absolutely.
That the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to supply to members of council who agree to sign a confidentiality agreement a copy of the temporary construction cross-access agreement. Not sure if you wanted to specify with respect to a specific parcel of land or?
Yes, thank you. With respect to this matter, granting access to lands, privately held lands, commonly known as the LeMay Forest lands. Thank you.
So that the public service be directed to supply to all members of council who agree to sign a confidentiality agreement, a copy of the temporary construction cross-access agreement with respect to this matter, granting access to privately held lands commonly known as the LeMay Forest lands. 2, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to temporarily suspend the temporary construction cross-access agreement subject to the following. A, with information now received in the letter of February 11th from Tokal Lands or Tokal Development, or did you want to?
I don't know how they call themselves. They call themselves Tokal Development Group Inc.
With information now received in the letter of February 11th from Tokal Development Group Inc. that has indicated that there is.
Sorry, a letter of February 11th addressed to the mayor.
To the mayor?
Yeah, from the Tokal Development Group Inc. under the signature of. We'll get all this later, but.
We'll just say John's building.
Sure.
Okay. With information now received in the letter of February 11th addressed to the mayor from Tokal Development Group Inc. under the signature of John Scott Winthrop, that has indicated that there are remains on land owned by the city of Winnipeg, but does not specify the lands, and that questions remain regarding the need for our own access agreement to be in place in light of the fact that Tokal has alternate access. The public service be directed to contact the Department of Resources and Heritage? Or,
What is
sorry, I
the
didn't
proper name of the department?
It's the Historic Resources Branch.
Permit?
Historic Resources Branch.
Thank you. Historic Resources Branch.
Historic Resources Branch.
The province of Manitoba.
Of the province.
What department is that? Wherever it goes.
Eric,
that's the name of the branch.
Eric.
I'll look into it right now.
That shuffles.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Sorry, councillors. The public service be directed to contact the Historical Resources Branch of the province of Manitoba to ascertain whether it would be wise to conduct our own historical resources impact assessment on all city lands in the area, including the right of way that has been subject to this access agreement, and that in the event that the province indicates that the HRIA should be conducted, the city delegates the authority to the council delegates the authority to the public service to immediately suspend the access agreement on any city of Winnipeg land, including the right of way, until such time as the HRA is complete and that the results be circulated to all of council.
And that the results of the HRIA, once complete, be circulated immediately to all members of council. Yeah. Good. That's it.
Don't see anyone else adding anything at this point in time. That's the motion before us. I'll add comments. Just in regards to this parcel, I would love to say that we are able to control whatever goes on there at this point in time, especially regarding the potential site for cemeteries or spiritual sites, whatever you may have there, and also the trees, the forest. I would love to be able to say stop and you can't do that, but it's been clearly explained by the public service that that is not an option as it stands currently. The agreement that we have in place for access does not speak to suspending or rescinding it. And I would anticipate that if we were to do either of those, we would be challenged by the landowner. Ideally, I would like to see the public service go back and negotiate with the landowner on purchase, exchange, donation, or expropriation, and get a solid answer on any of those four or combination thereof. But that doesn't seem to be the appetite at this point in time. So
that's my second one.
Well, then we will hear it as your second. But unfortunate situation and very true. I can't remember which counselor mentioned it, that this is going to probably be a common trend when it comes to private property and treed areas being at risk, not to mention other factors that have historically been on these properties. So unless there's any other comments, we'll call the question on Councillor Wyatt's motion. Yeah, clerk.
Sorry, just wanted to confirm with the public service that there was no pertinent information that I may have missed in the motion, like.
One point of clarification, it's not a right of way, the city land. It's a
Oh,
it's
okay.
privately owned. I know what the intent is, so I don't think it's hugely critical.
So then we don't refer to it as right away, just city lands as
Sure. I think we know.
You would
what we're
understand what
discussing.
you-
Yeah, I don't think there's an issue there, but.
So we'll strike out including the right of way.
Thanks, guys.
That's all clear then? We'll call the question on Councillor Wyatt's motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Schreier, recorded in favor, opposed? Aye. Myself, Councillor Santos, opposed? That motion fails.
Second motion, I'd like to move before Councillor Santos moves her motion, if it's possible, Councillor Santos. I move that the public service specifically the Department of Planning, Property Development be directed to assemble the lands, the privately held land. And it picks up from here, to keep the clerk, including the LeMay Forest, title number so-and-so. These are the title numbers. So the title, first title number, LeMay Forest title number 2, and 823 LeMay Avenue title. And the title number there. Commonly referred to the LeMay lands and the LeMay Forest by the community, and that was in this term of office subject to a public hearing, rezoning at the Real Community Committee, which recommended that the application for rezoning be rejected, a decision which was adopted by council. In order to ensure a proper and comprehensive land assembly for the creation of a single new city park. And second part of that motion, that's A, and that this effort, that this land assembly be done in a coordinated fashion with the Manitoba Habitat Society, including consultation and advice by those that have been involved with the Manitoba Habitat Society's active attempt to purchase the property, namely the Government of Canada and the Province of Manitoba. But out of respect for the fact that the office of the mayor is intergovernmental affairs, that the mayor's office also be actively provided information and allowed to advise in terms of this process with all due confidentiality in terms of a potential sale or purchase. And I say that only because I'm familiar with previous real estate audits, and I know we're not, any member of council is not supposed to be involved, but I think just because of the political nature of this and the fact that we have two other levels of government putting money out, I think it would be wrong of us not to accept that the involvement of the mayor on something like this would be of assistance to assist the staff. So, but it does not preclude the fact that in the event that that does not go forward, I am not mentioning the word expropriate. I am not stating the word expropriate. I am simply saying that this effort should be underway via the Manitoba Habitat Society. In the event that all their funding dies at the end of the month and we can't get anything done, then we can always revisit expropriation at that time. But hopefully this will allow for a coordinated effort, maybe a win-win, where we can actually all see everybody shaking hands, whether each level of government, mayor, the regional minister and the premier, along with the owner of Tochel, coming to an agreement, and the representatives of the Manitoba Habitat Society. And I think that would be a wonderful thing. And so I'm taking the whole issue of all the tools that we had in the other motion, which was also implicating or implying potentially expropriation. I'm hoping that that could be avoided and that we go down this path and hopefully bring everybody together. And that, I think, a coordinated effort to do that. Maybe just bring the noise down a bit to allow for calmer heads to prevail on something like this, knowing how important it is. So anyway, that's my motion, Mr. Chairman. It's a bit of a step back from what maybe you thought I was going.
So you're just asking for people to have a conversation at the table?
No, I'm asking that we move to assemble land, but in cooperation with.
But assemble what land?
Assemble land, okay, maybe, I'm sorry, I'll let the clerk read that.
When you say assemble the land, for what purpose?
I'll let the clerk read it. You didn't, I'm sorry, Counselor, there's a part here that she was typing from the previous motion. I'm sorry, I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's Manitoba Habitat Conservancy.
Yes, Manitoba Habitat Conservancy, thank you. I keep calling it society. I guess I should buy a membership.
Let's hear from the clerk.
Okay, feel free to let me know, Councillor, if I've quoted anything. That the Winnipeg Public Service, specifically the Planning, Property and Development Department, be directed to assemble the privately held land, including LeMay Forest, Title Number 1, 292-7614/1, LeMay Forest, Title Number 2, 292-7613/1, and 823 LeMay Avenue, Title 303-9746/1, commonly referred to as the LeMay lands, the LeMay Forest, by the community, and that which was, in this term of office, subject to a public hearing rezoning at the Riel Community Committee, which recommended that the application for rezoning be rejected, a decision which was adopted by council in order to ensure a proper and comprehensive land assembly for the creation of a single new city park. 2, this land assembly be done in a coordinated fashion with the Manitoba Habitat Conservancy, including a consultation and advice by those that have been involved with the Manitoba Habitat Conservancy's active attempt to purchase the property, namely, I think you said the federal.
I said the government of Canada and the province of Manitoba.
Okay. But that the mayor's office be active.
Maybe instead of but and that the mayor's office be extended an opportunity for assistance wherever needed.
Opportunity for assistance wherever needed.
Yeah.
And did you want to end it there? So that it would read that this land assembly be done in a coordinated fashion with the Manitoba Habitat Conservancy, including a consultation and advice by those that have been involved with the Manitoba Habitat Conservancy's active attempt to purchase the property, namely the Government of Canada and the Province of Manitoba, and that the Mayor's office be extended the opportunity for assistance wherever needed.
Correct. And so that's the description of the land, councillors, and
So your end result is you want to assemble the land to become a park, including.
we have to, my understanding is if we're assembling land, we have to answer your question, we have to state the purpose. So I am stating the purpose of this for a park. Having said that, the land first has to be assembled, privately held. And so, and that the matter be reported back to the next standing committee. And that we already know that the Manitoba Habitat Conservancy has made attempts to purchase it with funding support from the Government of Canada, Province of Manitoba. Maybe there's an opportunity for the city role here to coordinate all this and see what we can do in terms of attempting to purchase this property without all the tools, namely expropriation.
Verbal report back in 30 days, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I guess so, because you have to do a verbal because the RIS system.
I would think that this has to go to council if you're asking the public service to coordinate with the province and the Government of Manitoba.
I think you're probably right.
So with that in mind, so you'd like to have recommendation 1 and 2 go forward, and then a third recommendation that the public service provide a verbal update on the matter, with recommendations 1 and 2 to the standing committee?
Or well, it's all one really. It's all one. So Yeah, I mean, it would have to go to council and that, let's put it this way, that the reporting, the maybe not in the next month, maybe there's the report and that the standing policy committee of property development be identified for a report back to the standing policy committee as soon as possible in terms of this matter.
I guess what I'm having a hard time is how do you assemble the land if we don't even own the land?
Well, that's a question for.
I think what I
We're
heard
not
was
talking about expropriation, you're just saying you want to assemble the land and make it into a park.
use all the tools in the toolkit to see what we can do to acquire that land.
Right now, we have an organization that's put up 5.2 million. Most of it is, my understanding, government money in the two levels of government. That means that
Are you asking for a report back to figure out how we can assemble it, or you're directing the public service to actually do it?
Yeah, because the concern I have, Counselor, is that my understanding as well, again, this is my understanding, is that some of the money may expire at the end of this month. And so we have a timing issue here that we shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, as the old expression goes.
You mean the money from the Habitat for Conservancy?
We have assembled via the province and federal government, correct? Yeah, yeah. And this removes the expropriation factor, and we can always revisit that again in the future if this doesn't work out, but maybe this will bring everybody together. I don't know. I've seen crazier things happen, so. Yeah. Or better things happen. Maybe that's a better way of saying it.
Counselor, can I just clarify that, are you comfortable with the wording that the public service be directed to provide a verbal report to the standing committee on the matter as soon as is possible?
No, I think at this point, probably written, if it's going to council, we want something back in writing, and council approve something like this, just to make it more, and it may have to be in camera too at that time, right? So.
Not a council, but.
What's that? Depending on the
Well,
number.
it'll have to be public session the entire time.
Okay, fair enough.
I'd be more comfortable if you were asking for a report back and not directing the public service to actually do it.
Well, I mean, I think if this is going to council, if this is going to council, it still has to go from here. EPC. And there's still time before it has to go to council. If something happens along the way in terms of information, it could always be added to the motion, amended to the motion. But I think we have.
It could happen now or later.
Right, before the council meeting. And we know, we assemble land all the time. We assemble land for roads, we've assembled land for rapid transit. We've assembled land for rec facilities. What we're doing here is we're trying to be proactive. We don't have the luxury of time. I would agree with you, Councillor, in terms of the idea of having a report. It's just that my understanding from hearing from the community who's involved with this work with Habitat Conservancy is that the money's expiring at the end of the month. I don't want to see us lose that opportunity. I don't know if that expiry is a real one. Is it partly because of elections coming up? We have limits on that. Is it the end of a program? Probably that's what it is.
I think it's a budget cycle.
It's a budget cycle end of a program. And so I don't want to see us lose that, because then the government of Canada could come back to us and the provincial government could come back to us and say, well, you guys, we were waiting for you on your expropriation or waiting for you on your stuff. I think we have to be front and center to say we're part of the solution, not part of the problem. Then nobody can come back to us and say we didn't try to assemble this. We're working with Habitat Conservancy. We were trying to pull everybody together to make it happen in a cooperative manner versus us versus them matter, i.e. the property owner.
You got too many unknowns. I don't like the unknowns. The risks is too high already.
Well, that's what's called leadership, in my opinion.
But we have a subdivision and rezoning that's before the provincial municipal board that we have to wait for. None of this probably would have been here if things would have been different with the subdivision and rezoning. So there's that process that we have to wait out before we can kind of deal with the next steps. It's before that. And then now it's going to be probably before the courts. We're hearing already that people are going to sue us and XYZ. I'm just of the opinion just not to do anything and just kind of leave everything as is. I feel comfortable and confident that the public administration has done what they've done under the charter. And I hear from the people who are advocating for LeMay Forest. I totally trust me. I get that. But I just feel like our hands are tied to the charter. It's very black and white. I know we're supposed to live in the gray, but I just don't feel comfortable throwing out motions with uncertainty about funding here or there. We know there's documents out there in place that I haven't even had a chance to review myself. So I can't exactly start supporting new recommendations and new motions that are just like on the fly without actually seeing the, what did you call it, the HRIA? I know there's that document. I haven't even seen that. So it's really hard for me to kind of to support something on a whim right now. We don't have the province. They didn't bring somebody from the province to say that there's money. I didn't hear Habitat for Conservancy come out here and speak in delegation to say they have $5 million up front, that you know, it's here. Sure, I'm fine that they said that in the media, but I just don't have I just don't feel confident or comfortable at this juncture. So that's kind of where I'm at. So I appreciate what you're doing, Councillor Wyatt. But if things are going to go before the court, if there's things before the municipal board, I think we'll just leave it there instead of throwing out motions on the whim.
Well, this motion is out of respect and not on a whim. There's a 3-page motion at the floor. Council basically said the same thing. But anyway, that's another story. That was tabled last week.
Councillor Shire, and then if we could, I'd like to take a 5-minute break here.
Yeah.
Councillor Shire.
The question about the budget cycle. We discussed budget cycle. What does the budget cycle have to do with the motion?
I haven't confirmed this, but last year the situation was that their funding, which is both comes from, I think, other levels of government, was tied to their fiscal year. And once they had to use their money up by the end of their fiscal year.
You're talking provincial?
For Manitoba Heritage Conservancy, where they get their funding.
All right.
I'm only assuming it's the same case based on what the councillor is saying, is that they every fiscal year have to use up their money.
Thank you. I'm done.
5-minute break.
Please, and thank you, sure. We're going to break for 5 minutes here and come back. Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Property Development, March 6th. We are on item number 4. Couple motions before us. Madam Clerk, going to get you to, do we have any changes to the motion that Councillor Wyatt put forward?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
So item 3. We're on item 3?
Item 4.
Excuse me. Thank you.
LeMay Forest.
That's item 3. What am I looking at?
Item number 4, LeMay Forest. The motion before us, Councillor Wyatt. I believe we are all aware of what the motion is at this point in time. I do have a couple of comments and potential friendly amendments to keep it on track here, hopefully. I just think that we could cut out a lot of the additional wording and speak specifically to the assembly of lands for the titles that you gave, Councillor, and that we direct the public service for the purpose of creating a new city park, and that they coordinate the public service, that is, coordinates with Manitoba Habitat Conservancy, if that's the accurate name.
Is it the accurate name, Gordon?
Yeah, Manitoba Habitat Conservancy.
So essentially, if we want to pay public service, if we want to say P&D department, great. If not, that's fine too. Be directed to assemble privately held land, including LeMay Forest, title blank, LeMay Forest, title blank, 832 LeMay Ave, title blank, for the creation of a single new city park, and that this land assembly be done in coordinated with Manitoba Habitat Conservancy. Do we need to mention the developer? I'm looking to the
well, the land refers to the titles correctly.
So you have to deal with them. And do we want to give any additional parameters? I know that we've spoken about the 4 options. I don't want to handcuff anybody.
I assume it to mean all options are on the table. Expropriation obviously would require council's input, but
And then the public service would report back to this committee. Do we want to give a timeline for that?
if it's verbal, I can come back in 30 days with something.
So why don't we say verbal in 30, written in 60?
Written would be if we accept any sort of.
Yeah, let's go with that because we can amend it next month if needed
Okay.
or do what we need to do.
Councilor Wyatt, it's your motion. I'm not trying to tear it down, so.
No, not at all, Mr. Chairman. I'm fine with what you're suggesting.
Okay.
You're just talking about the reporting back. Yours
report back.
commonly referred to as Lemay. Yeah, I mean, the only reason I put that other stuff in there about the community committee and everything was I didn't have time to double check the title numbers. And I wanted to be absolutely sure that the title numbers are accurate in terms, because I got the title numbers from the community. Right?
I know what the intent here is.
Yeah.
And so I can work with that. I'm just looking at iView 303-9746. That's the last one, I believe.
That's the only reason why I included all that other verbiage.
292-7613 and 292-7614.
Very good. Well, those are accurate then, Gord, the title that I said numbers.
Yeah, and like I said, I know what the intent is.
Yeah, okay, very good.
And then just at the end, sorry, I forwarded my email on here to the clerk just to put the 30-day verbal, the 60-day written, or just the 30-day written.
I think next month we can decide what we need.
Okay, great.
So that's fine.
So just to
Okay. So, Councillor Duncan, are you suggesting an amendment to?
I would just say if Councilor Wyatt is friendly to those changes of words, it accomplishes its goal, and I think it cuts out a lot of any additional wording here. It's straightforward. Assemble lands, work with the stakeholder, and come back and tell us what the options are. It gives the public service the opportunity to go and speak to the developer and say, here's what we can do. Here's some options. Are you open to this? And then we have a serious conversation. At that point in time, we can reassure the public that we've done everything we can to attempt to preserve the forest and the potential cemetery area.
And you would confirm also that Habitat for Conservancy has the funds
Right.
to help with
Also
assembling
reach
the
out.
land.
Yeah, and find out what they're
Right.
able.
You wouldn't be using city money. Okay.
If you want to read it one more time.
That the Winnipeg Public Service, specifically the Planning, Property and Development Department, be directed to assemble the privately held land, including LeMay Forest, title number 1, 292-7614/1, LeMay Forest, title number 2, 292-7613/1, and 823 LeMay Avenue, title 303-9746/1, for the creation of a single new city park. 2, that this land assembly be done in a coordinated fashion with the Manitoba Habitat Conservancy. And 3, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to provide a verbal report to the standing committee on the matter in 30 days. Or sorry, would you prefer the written in 60? Which
We do both, or let's hear verbal in 30, and if we need written, we'll direct. Welcome back, Madam Director.
Thank you.
Do you have a comment before we call the question?
Would you ever want to add to that motion something regarding a motion that was tabled a number of times to allow community members to donate money to one of our funds in order to go toward parkland? It was raised multiple times by constituents who were interested in saving the LeMay Forest, that there's not a mechanism for them to pay directly to the city at this point in time if individuals want to contribute dollars to
This would be for a fund to go towards anything,
not only parkland acquisition.
sorry, any parkland?
Yes.
I'm happy to raise that as new business after if we want.
I was thinking, well, the only other thing I was thinking, Mr. Chairperson, is to say to the effect, maybe not specifically the fund that the director is referring to, but maybe something to the effect in that any other opportunities presented by the public service in terms of funding opportunities by other sources be considered. So in other words, what we're saying is that We have opportunities with province feds and the public service along the way may say, hey, we may have a funding opportunity here through this mechanism. Let's add this to the table if that is, if that brings together the objective.
I hear you on that. My one concern is that we go to them with the funds that are apparently have been raised by Manitoba Habitat Conservancy, and we go to them with the 4 options that we've discussed.
Okay.
I don't want to confuse the situation.
Well,
by saying, hey, listen, we could go and get some more money if the community's into it, and then all of a sudden they say, yeah, go do that and see how much you can raise.
Well, I mean, the motion already does say that the office of the mayor be involved if necessary, and so there's an avenue there in the event that that could be presented. So there's already that opportunity. So, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and I can raise new business for the parkland after.
I'm very interested in that, by the way. Yeah.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
So, what would the committee like to add to this motion from Councillor Wyatt? Or
Okay, what is the part? Okay, the land city coordinated with attachment with Manitoba Habitat Conservancy, and we still have the government of Canada and all that in there.
No, that's all.
Oh, you got that all out of there. Oh,
So it's a conservancy. They discuss what kind of money there is on the table there. They also discuss with the land developer the options.
you don't want to
Come
have
back
the
to us.
political arm involved.
I would just prefer to see exactly what it is that we can do to get this deal done with the.
Well, the only thing I would request then, as a compromise, is that that and that the public service engage with other municipal entities in the event that assistance is needed. Yeah,
Like other cities?
no other city of Winnipeg municipal entities. If assistance is
You know
needed.
what that means?
Well, basically it means that it may be the mayor's office, it may be another department, it may be whatever. It's just simply giving the opportunity to have a dialogue. I hope that that opportunity is there no matter what.
So if they, sorry, I'll ask the public service here, Gord in particular, if we are successful in some of this, this would come back through this committee and not through council, I'm assuming.
Council would have to approve this.
Okay.
Because it's,
So it would have to be something.
council has to authorize the land acquisition.
Right.
I don't know, is it okay to just say stakeholders? Like if we talk about MHC and other
Yeah.
stakeholders, that way.
Stakeholder is a good word.
Yeah, that's sort of your point.
Yeah.
The community wants to come together, we can all,
Okay, great.
yeah.
Yeah, stakeholders is
So coordinated fashion with MBHC and other stakeholders.
and other stakeholders
Okay.
as required.
Good.
Can I just confirm the motion wording? So the motion from Councillor Wyatt is that the public service, specifically the Planning, Property and Development Department, be directed to assemble the privately held land, including LeMay Forest, the title numbers previously stated, for the creation of a single new city park. 2, that this land assembly be done in a coordinated fashion with the Manitoba Habitat Conservancy and other stakeholders as required. 3, that the public service be directed to provide a verbal report to the standing committee on the matter in 30 days.
Thanks. Now to Ryan's motions on the table. Can I go to question? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much for.
Good job, Leah. Fantastic.
Thank you, Leah. And I'll move,
Items number 5 have been dealt with. Item number 6, temporary.
no, I'm just gonna say that the balance of the item we have before us here, we had a motion before us at the committee. That we move that this
Oh,
be
sorry.
received as information.
Okay,
And-
items 1 through 4, that is.
That is correct, just to clean it up. And then I would say that, thank you, and we'll go forward, go from there. And we do have the motion coming back to council this month anyway. So anyway, thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, you'd like to move another motion?
No, we already
So
got it.
he's speaking to items.
Sorry, just to receive this as information.
So the existing 1 through 4.
Right.
on item 4?
Okay, well, it was just a direction to provide a verbal report on those 4 items.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, very
So
good.
that's been
Good.
completed.
Yeah, so you've received the report, and in response to that, the committee has moved and carried this motion.
Thank you. Item number 5 has been dealt with. Item number 6 is temporary patio program, patio restoration program.
It's registration.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was, wondering what we were gonna fix up, but.
Restoration. Mr. Chair, we're joined by Martin Grady, Senior Planner with Planning, Property and Development. Martin has a verbal report on our temporary patio registration program. We were asked to provide this report a year ago by Standing Policy Committee. So just a report on the program of temporary patios and how things are going and what.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it was last March, when, the temporary program became permanently temporary. So, it's been running for a year now, and, we had, just over 60 registrations, which I think is pretty impressive. And we'd like to continue on. Yeah, just continue to offer the program.
Yes,
There was
Councilor
a
Schreier.
few years ago, I was sorted out, at least I had been sorted out. And how to apply in this case regarding applications, and that being cilantro's on Gateway.
Oh,
No, you might not be here for specifics, just in terms of the general program.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out in terms of applications, fair.
Just on the name itself, temporary patio program, can we not be more?
It was updated on our webpage, so we have seasonal patio.
Okay, I was gonna call it, why
Yeah.
don't we just call it the Winnipeg Summer Patio Program?
Yeah, this
I mean-
lingering wording, but we've updated that on our webpage, so it's clear that there's a winter program and a summer program.
Okay, so
I
it's
like the
now
word
called,
seasonal.
Yeah,
so it's now called
I'll get you that one
Yeah.
second.
it's not called temporary, it's seasonal.
No, we got rid of
Perfect,
that.
that's good enough. Okay, any other questions, comments, concerns? Motion to, Standing Policy, to adopt the recommendation.
To adopt the information?
Yeah.
See this information. Prior to that, let's see if, going up.
Just wanted to point out that it's the cheapest version in Canada at
Yes.
$0 and the fastest version in Canada at 1-day turnaround approval time.
True Winnipeg fashion, cheapest.
Yeah, that's right.
Very good. Okay, and obviously we can look at this every year, or is this something that's done now?
Prefer to not bring it back every year since it's going
Okay.
well and.
Okay, if there's any recommendations, obviously that'll come to our attention. But other than that, great new program for Winnipeg to remain permanent. Okay, so Councilor Schreier has moved that as information. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is carried. This is our 2024 Complete Communities Land Monitoring Report that was laid over from the last meeting.
I was the one who requested later.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're joined by Mike Pill, our Growth Management Coordinator from the Long Range Planning Branch. And Mike has a quick PowerPoint to explain this report. It's a yearly report talking about our local area planning and the land we have available for development, also our intensification targets. So I'll let Mike Pill run the presentation.
Hello, members of the committee. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
A little quiet.
Okay, I'll try to just speak loud, I suppose. Anyways, my name is Michael Pill. I'm the Growth Management Coordinator within the Long Range Planning Branch of the Urban Planning Division. I'm here to provide you with an overview of this year's land monitoring report. So it's been a long day for you, so let's get right to it. Oops. So this report is required every year as per Complete Communities 2.0. The reporting requirements are laid out on the screen in front of you. This is the third such report since Complete Communities 2.0 came into effect in 2022. And I should note the findings are accurate as of January 1st, 2024. So it's just over a year out of date. Currently working on updating this data for the next report coming forward. So to begin, one of the signature policies of Complete Communities 2.0 is the residential intensification target. The city has surpassed its 50% target every year over the past 5 years, including in 2023, meeting it by just 3% over at 53%. This is certainly a change from historical norms, despite with us having only done so once prior to 2018. Now, this success in spurring intensification is driven largely by increased rates of multifamily development compared to those that were forecasted at the time this target was set. So a little bit further information as to what I mean here. The chart on the left indicates apartments as the percentage share of total units. You can see back in 2009, this share was as low as 25%. We're now upwards of 65%. So very much, the nature of residential development has changed over the last decade or two. Similarly, on the chart to the right, you see the number of single detached starts going back all the way to 2001. It's held relatively steady, but you see in the red line here just how the growth of everything else, all the other dwelling types, have changed in this time. Now, based on the forecasted mix of dwelling units going forward, we expect that the city will continue to surpass its 50% target over the next 25 years. Now, the Complete Communities requires us to report on actions undertaken in the last year to achieve the intensification target. Most of these would be familiar to you, but the report describes efforts we've undertaken as a city, including 2.5 rounds of rapid zoning bylaw amendments, Housing Accelerator Fund capital grant incentive program, approval of a number of tax increment financing grants, including at Portage Place Mall, as well as another number of other initiatives that are described in the report. Now, Complete Communities 2.0 prescribes a downtown residential intensification target of 350 dwelling units per year to 2030. In 2023, we fell just short of that target at 334, but we have surpassed that target if you take the 5-year average at 375 versus 350. Now, this chart shows the split of different dwelling types between greenfield and infill areas. As you can see, as long as the city wants to continue to accommodate the full demand for single detached, semi-detached, and row house dwellings, new suburban areas are needed. There's just no way to accommodate that full demand in intensification areas alone. Now, speaking to greenfield development, the city continues to have a healthy supply of greenfield land, with supplies surpassing each of council's 3 targets. Healthy supply is needed to accommodate demand for a particular ground-oriented housing, as well as manage our housing affordability. But the key message to note here is that council will need to ensure it continues to invest in growth-enabling infrastructure to maintain this healthy supply. Further to these land supply targets, Complete Communities 2.0 recommends maintaining an approximate 10-year supply of planned greenfield land. So this would be greenfield land with a approved precinct plan in place. So based on this 10-year target, as well as the recommended sequencing as prescribed in Complete Communities 2.0, council should adopt the following plans in accordance with the following schedule, including South Transcona, adopted by council by 2026. Planning process is already underway, so we're on track there. Plans approved for Precinct D by 2029, Precinct B by 2034. The Fort White precinct is also included in there, though we're hearing those landowners may not be ready to advance a plan within these timeframes. In terms of service land supply, Complete Communities 2.0 recommends maintaining a 5 to 7 year supply of vacant service greenfield land. So you translate this to infrastructure investment. It recommends that sites that are designated short to medium term tier 2, so that's everything in yellow in front of you. All the growth enabling infrastructure should be installed by 2031 for tier 3 sites, which is most notably or exclusively Precinct D in the north end of the city in orange. That be serviced fully by 2035. Tier 4 by 2040. Those are the sites highlighted in red before you, and then you get into the long-term lands into the 2040s. Now, further to growth enabling infrastructure, this is the Greenfield Development Opportunities and Constraints table. The first version of this table was included in Complete Communities 2.0 in the back as an appendix, while it's updated every year in land monitoring reports. Now, most notably, what I would draw your attention to is the box highlighted in orange. It takes stock of infrastructure the city expects will be needed to enable and support development of these future greenfield sites. To be clear, this is infrastructure the city will be responsible to provide, not developers, as per the development agreement parameters. Now, shifting gears to industrial land supply, the report identifies about 5-year supply of vacant zoned industrial land. This is very similar to our findings from last year. Now, we always note that, this supply may appear reasonable at first glance. However, we would stress that industrial demand is much more sensitive to user preferences. Users may require specifics when they're looking for an industrial site. For example, they might be only focused on a certain area of the city. They might be looking for a minimum site size. They might be looking for direct access to transportation corridors. So the existing supply may not meet the individual needs of many users. We also stress that much of this land supply may not be marketed at any given time or held by a property owner willing to sell. So all this being said, Intel services are installed in Centerport South, and that's certainly on its way, expected to be in place by 2026, I believe. The city's industrial land supply, we note, should be considered to be constrained. So this is the map showing the location of the city's industrial land supply, and we like to crudely sort of organize it in a bit of a past, present, future sort of paradigm. So in the southwest corner, located largely around the Fort Garry industrial area, there's very little existing supply. It's mostly built out at this point in time. By far, the location of the city's largest land supply is out east, largely in the St. Boniface industrial area. And then looking forward towards the future, you see we have certainly lots of designated land holdings in the northwest, including in Centerport, as well as what we refer to as Precinct A, which is up Route 90, up in the northwest corner of the city boundary. This slide describes industrial land absorption, comparing that within the city of Winnipeg versus select capital region employment areas. All told, going back more than a decade, we find typically the city has been making up between 35 and 40% of new industrial land absorption. This is a very sharp contrast to the nature of residential development within the capital region, where approximately 85% of all new residential dwelling units are located within the city. Nearing the end here, in terms of projected commercial land supply, very little change since last year. The report identifies and affirms the continued persistence of an oversupply of commercial land. This was first warned in our 2018 Employment and Commercial Land Study, which warned this may limit retail intensification. As a result, I think we can continue to expect non-commercial developments to be occurring on commercially designated or zoned lands, as we've seen and discussed over the years, including the proposals of Polo Park and Taylor Lands. We can certainly expect that to continue. So just to wrap things up, summary of our main findings. I think these are the key takeaways to remember from this presentation. All told, the city has exceeded its 50% intensification target in each of the last 5 years. This can be expected to continue going forward, in the opinion of the Public Service. The city has a healthy supply of vacant greenfield residential land. The city has a constrained supply of vacant industrial land. This will be alleviated to at least some extent when Centerport South comes online, and the city has an oversupply of vacant commercial land where non-commercial development should be expected. That wraps up my summary presentation. Happy to answer any questions any of you may have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, I'm Mike. How are you?
Hi, Councillor White. I'm good.
Good. Yeah, good presentation. Just a couple of things, for future reports, and maybe I move it here, maybe I move it on council, but I just like to get your thoughts and thoughts of the director too, or any other staff is, when we did the complete communities back in the day, the report, the terms of reference for this report, is good, but I'd like to see something maybe not today, but in the future that attempts to drive to the points of the challenges that we're facing or obstacles. And so just the issues I would just list for the chairs, I'm not going to move anything today, but just some thoughts I have is that along with A, B, C, D, and E recited on page 4, that is, it seems to act as the terms of reference for this report, that additional items be considered for the future report if council chooses to amend that terms of reference, such as detail on obstacles and challenges in the short term, medium term, and long term for the purposes of intensification. So that'd be a new one. Another point would be steps city is undertaking to address obstacles and or challenges for development with regard to intensification. Another point would be to try to, and so I just to speak to those 2 points. We talk about intensification. We want intensification, land density. I understand what that means, renewal in older neighborhoods. However, we have challenges. We have challenges in the short term, medium term, and long term. And I think if we openly discuss that and have a dialogue about it through a report like this, we'll just coordinate, obviously you coordinate this through the various departments. And it would allow us to kind of in one report to see the challenges we're facing, but how we can, steps are already underway, maybe that are already happening, for example, the North End Treatment Plant and so on. But what are the steps we need to put on our radar screen for the future? Like combined sewer overflows, for example. I'm a big fan, when I was previously on council, trying to get us to move a brownfield strategy on the old industrial lands. I was able to get a motion through to get a brownfield strategy done, but it never got reported back. I understand work was done on it. Anyway, I call brownfield strategy is tied to employment lands. Doesn't necessarily mean employment lands. So I'm gonna say this, that a brownfield redevelopment strategy be considered. I believe it was identified in complete communities. And that for the next year's report, that steps, recommendations to be made for the purpose of considering developing a brownfield strategy for the city. And then when it comes to the employment lands themselves, I don't think it's a silent piece that, to a certain respect, we have been losing the competitive battle, so to speak, between ourselves and the surrounding municipalities that are, you look at, for example, the Arm of Rosser and the extent of their employment land growth. But that employment lands be subject to an analysis of city growth in employment land development in the last year or so in relation to employment land development in the municipalities surrounding and bordering on the boundaries of the city of Winnipeg. In other words, by doing that, it may show a picture we may not want to see, we may not like, but it would then allow us to have the dialogue that maybe there are steps we can take to make ourselves more attractive as a customer of choice, a municipality of choice for businesses versus the arm of McDonald or the arm of Rosser and so on. So those are just some high level thoughts I'd like to hear your feedback on, and I'm not going to move any of this today, but maybe I'll move it forward because this involves changing reports in terms of reference, and I don't think that's what we're here for at this point in time, but I'd just like your thoughts on those matters.
Mm-hmm. No, I appreciate those comments. It's certainly very interesting, and the interesting thing about these reports is, as an annual report, there's lots of opportunity to evolve it. It's a relatively new report, so it's very exciting to think about the directions it can go. So you mentioned in terms of obstacles and challenges to facilitate intensification. The report does cover that to an extent. mind you, it's done in, I guess, of a bit of a short-term time horizon. He's taking stock mostly on things that have happened in the last year. So the issues you raise, or the long-term lens you put on that question is certainly very interesting. I think worthy certainly of greater discussion and elaboration within this report. Certainly items with regards to that, I think would be, one of the big items, I think in my mind, would be to better address servicing limitations within our infill areas, including in our combined sewer areas. Water and Waste is going to be having a report coming forward in, I believe, the coming months. That should set a bit of a strategy or going forward as to how to help do that. Really looking forward to how that's received politically and the discussion around that. In terms of employment lands, the comparison between city and the capital region. Again, I did cover that briefly in my presentation. There's a little bit more to it in the report. But yeah, it's certainly competitiveness between the city and the region is certainly a common theme that we've heard going back to our 2018 Employment and Commercial Land Study. And every time we engage stakeholders on these topics, which we do on an annual basis, it always inevitably comes up. So it's interesting the extent to which the city should endeavor to try to directly compete with employment development in the capital region versus establishing more of a niche for itself. I think there are some higher costs of doing business within the city of Winnipeg, but the city of Winnipeg is well positioned to provide things that capital region municipalities can't. We can provide transit service. We can provide much better fire protection, more reliable water and wastewater servicing. So it's certainly a very interesting conversation. And one that we certainly will look forward to continuing to investigate and work on through these future reports, and ultimately through the next Our Winnipeg and Complete Communities review, which is sort of knocking on the door. It's not too far away, as we're required to begin in 2027, as per the City of Winnipeg Charter.
No, I appreciate the feedback, and I guess I don't necessarily, when I raise the employment lands, I hear what you're saying, because often we hone in on things like, well, the City of Winnipeg's mill rate is this, and the RM of Springfield's mill rate is half the City of Winnipeg's mill rate, and they don't have a business pact. So I kind of heard we're going to read between the lines your comments. And I agree with you. I think a lot of it, though, should be in terms of how we are marketing and how we're promoting our employment lands. Namely, like you said, transit. Do we have a strong, aggressive strategy around marketing existing employment lands in the city of Winnipeg in terms of the advantages? Transit, in terms of ability for proper water treatment. And as well, I think I look at I think some of the challenges we're facing with employment lands are not so much our inability to, let's say, be competitive on the tax front. Our challenges on the employment lands are our inability to communicate successfully, mainly to the province, about the need to apply an equal standard with regards to development requirements on employment lands. And I guess what I'm citing here is that the province has had a history, no matter who's in power. I want to add that employment lands are allowed to be developed in the RMs without full level fire protection services. Yet they're allowing industries like refineries, oil refineries. If you have a fire that goes up there, God helps all. Fire protection, issues of garbage collection, issues of water use, right, from draining aquifers, sometimes high intensity industries, and that we don't have the same kind of full service requirements that we have as we deem as a service land requirement in the city that they consider a service land requirement in the RM. And that largely that is somewhat dictated on us by provincial legislation that we've asked for or they've imposed, and safety legislation that I think we've taken for granted in the city. We just follow it. but they don't choose to follow it or see it as a priority. So, you know, in some ways I'm asking us to legislate on them, and I guess I am, but there's definitely there has to be a level, the argument must be, there must be a level competing field, or playing field must be level, and it's not. Fine, we can compete over taxes, on what level of taxation. But in terms of what it takes to service and to look after proper employment lands, especially today where we want transit, I mean, it's not fair in my mind that they can kind of cut and tuck and get what they need without being bid us. But anyway, those are my thoughts. Thanks. Everybody else.
Yes. So some of the items that Councillor raised, absolutely, as Mike said, can be incorporated in the next update. Some of the items, however, would have a budget impact, such as actually delivering a brownfield strategy. We would very much like to be funded for that and think it would be very helpful, but not funding. Funding is not currently in the 4-year budget.
Yeah, that was the challenge last time I recall. Yeah. And I have no idea what that would take. Maybe we can confer after. So, yeah.
Great. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mike. Over.
I'll move the matter.
That's information.
Sure. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you.
Good. All right, Councillor Wyatt moves this information. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 8. Amendment to development agreement AG 6/18 1986 St. Mary's Road.
No concerns here from public service. The developer was seeking to increase density at the site, which then required an amendment to the servicing agreement so that they could install increased servicing. All parties were in favor of this, and no concerns at community committee.
Questions? No questions at this time. Can I have somebody move community committee recommendation?
So moved.
Councilor Wyatt moves. Community committee recommendation. All in favor? Opposed? That is also carried. Moving on to item number 9, amendment to the council conditions for the subdivision and rezoning of land located at the northwest corner of Inkster Boulevard and King Edward Street.
Another servicing condition change. It was necessitated by a motion moved at SPC on Public Works to allow a fuel station on site. Therefore, we had to make the amendment to the servicing agreement. Again, supportive in the context that committee moved the motion and necessitated a change.
Thank you. Board?
Yeah, I mean, that was on that.
Councilor Santos.
For the LSWK community recommendations.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is carried. And number 10, I believe we have dealt with. No, sorry, number 10 we did not deal with. Sorry, 11 to 14 have been. We'll hear from the public service in regards to extension of time rezoning of Keniston Snow Dump.
Could I, just out of curiosity, the other extensions typically have a letter attached from their developer or their lawyer representing the developer or the property in question on who this is. Who is this?
It's Appendix B. It's attached.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
so
it's actually from the real estate branch.
Oh, it's from the real estate. Why did it come from the real estate branch? This?
Real estate branch made the application for the rezoning.
Oh, I see. But we're not the developer.
No, the intention is to sell the land and the developer is carrying out the conditions of the rezoning right now.
Okay, and okay, so we do have a purchaser of this land?
Correct.
Okay, and can we say who that is?
Yeah, it was on public record. It's the purchaser from 10 years ago, whenever it was Caspian Construction.
There's Caspian, okay. Well, I'm for my own reasons, I can't support the extension. We have other matters before on this matter. This was documented in the Free Press last week by Dan Letts. So. Anyway, that's my feeling on the matter. Are there any securities tied to this line based on our statement of claim with them? Or they're not the statement of claim, but rather the issue that we have 22 or 20.
No, that's kind of what we're working through now. That council imposed a couple servicing conditions, transportation impact study, and some engineering for, I think water and wastewater services. So that's being investigated now in order to complete the rezoning.
But in terms of our settlement with regards to, the council approved $21.5 million settlement.
It's not related. There's no
There's
correlation.
no strings attached to this property. There's no impact on this property in terms of us receiving those funds.
No, because they're purchasing this from us, and it's sort of, we understand how they may have been financing the settlement, but there's no correlation between the two, no direct correlation between the two.
So this is on and above what so if we did elect today not to renew the extension, it's not gonna have a negative impact on the funds that we are waiting for from them with regards to that.
It should have no impact.
Okay, good. I know all of them. I'll move that the extension of time not be granted.
I don't support that because at least Public Services says they don't have an objection to the request, so. It seems
bigger picture.
Comments? Call to question?
Sorry, so Councillor Wyatt's moved that the recommendation of the community committee not be concurred in. And that'll be forwarded to EPC and council. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion is a tie vote and goes forward to Executive Policy Committee without recommendation.
Unless there's another motion.
Unless there is another motion at this point in time, which
Well, I would move the Assiniboine Community Committee recommendation
Okay, Councillor.
to request the extension of time.
Santos moving.
Did I get my money?
The recommendation of the ACC. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Nay.
Okay, let's try this one more time. All in favor of Councillor of the recommendation of the Assiniboia Community Committee as put forward by Councillor Santos? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that is also a tie, that's for defeated. We will move forward with no recommendation to the Executive Policy Committee. Thank you. 11, 12, 13, 14 have been dealt with on our agenda. Moving on to item number 15, subdivision rezoning 301 Archibald Street.
I'll move approval.
Can we hear from the public service? Please on this?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just introduce the rezoning and then Gordon Chapel has some comments as well. So this is 301 Archibald. It was a rezoning from M2 and multifamily medium to M1 for the purposes of the construction of a storage garage. And this is associated with the social service facility, Centre Flavie Laurent. This was supported by urban planning and the community committee. There were some conditions and a servicing agreement as well. And Gord wanted to speak to the.
Yeah, I'll just give context here that the applicant, who's a charity, had previously come forward with subdivision. And they've constructed on the site. I think that was 5 years ago now. Council removed some servicing conditions, presumably on the basis of picking the charity in accordance with the development agreement parameters. We've recommended to put servicing conditions back into the subsequent subdivision.
Oh, really? What servicing conditions?
They have to pave the Tlingit west of Archibald.
They have to pave the Tlingit. Okay, yeah. And are they aware of
that? Yes, that was well, yeah, it was brought up at the public hearing.
Okay, and they're in favor of that, or the applicant?
It was brought up at the public hearings.
How much
were they? I guess well, would have been their hearing, right?
Yeah, they would have been at the hearing.
Yeah, so they indicate to the community committee that they wish to proceed then with their application if it was not included, or what did they say?
There was no comment on the servicing.
How much would that road cost?
Preliminary estimates 200,000 to 300,000 potentially.
And who's the entity?
Center Flavie Laurent.
And what do they do?
I think they provide goods to low cost goods to low income folks. Right?
Yeah, it's like furniture. I think there may be clothing as well, but yeah, they help new Canadians and just people that, you know, need a hand.
You can go in and pick up some items.
So it's kind of like you purchase them, the items, but so it's kind of like Habitat's.
I don't think it's quite that. I think it's specifically for certain types of low income people in the city, and that it's extremely low cost or no cost in some cases. I'm not too familiar with the program, but they used to be located on Provencher, and they have since moved to a larger operation on Archibald there.
I looked at the road where it's, I thought it was the other side of Plinkett, but this is the side that dead ends at the same river, correct?
I believe they're a nonprofit as well, Council.
Right.
Yeah, nonprofit charity.
But if it dead ends at the, like, what standard are we requiring here in terms of servicing? What are we saying to them?
Just typical city standards. So we've got our pavement standards. So that'll be detailed in the ACG of the.
It's a 7.5 meter wide.
Give me 1 second. I will pull up.
Sorry, where does that say they have
So,
to build the road?
Under item 3, developer shall at no expense to the city construct the following works on Plinkett. 10 meter wide Portland cement concrete pavement, lane of pavement, street lighting, landscaping, and 1.5 meter sidewalk.
Overhead street lighting.
Yeah, street lighting is required. Okay. Yeah.
The Cobra lights?
Yeah.
I don't see that on the page. What page is
So
that?
it's on page 2 of 6 at the very back on a Schedule B, revised Schedule B.
Or the report, if you go to page 27.
I just read off.
Item 3 on Plinkett.
This was added after the fact?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they did have something. So yeah, it would be under still item 3, page 2. Yeah, 2 of 6. Sorry, Council, you're correct.
So the biggest one would be the road.
Yeah.
And is there any opportunity for payback on the north side?
I don't believe so, because that is a church and cemetery. The church, I think it's a church and cemetery, so it's almost nil that there could be a payback on that.
And did they in writing agree to this, or did they in writing object to this?
Or otherwise? Neither. We brought forward the conditions and there was no comments to the public hearing.
And they were there and said, okay, we support this.
I don't know specifically to the servicing itself, but the report was brought forward and there was no comments either way on the servicing conditions. We just know that there was a prior objection a few years back. No comments this time at the public hearing.
Oh, and this was initiated by who, this hearing?
It was initiated, pardon?
Who was initiated this application?
The Center Flavie.
Okay. Well, my initial thought would be because it dead ends at the, who do you have on the north side there? Forget. You said the church.
It's a cemetery. I'm looking at.
It's a cemetery.
It is, yeah. I mean, there's some small properties immediately north, yeah. But the larger property is held by the church.
Oh, no. I don't know. To me, why 10 meters? Why not 7.5 meter wide right away? It's a local, it's going.
It'd be public works spec, so.
Yeah, I know. It's an industrial spec for an industrial park, typical road industrial park. I get it, industrial park, but this is not a road. There's no commercial building on the north side or no industrial development on the north side of a type of nature that we have to worry about. Is actually, it's a cemetery. So it's not like, and it looks like a residential house, actually, 2 residential houses.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's actually I would say, Mr. Chairman, a typical widening required on a non-collector street is 7.5 meters. And that would allow for a 7.5 meter wide right of way at 200. I don't think the millimeters is the same. It might be a little bit less on the thickness of that Portland concrete cement, whatever that is. So it's 7.5, and then the city still gets the road they want, but not the cost to a not-for-profit is just reduced a bit here. I just think, you know, you're getting a paved road, but it's not gonna be other cost, unless you have other costs, Mr. Chair.
I'm wondering, do we typically charge not-for-profits this amount of money for?
Our standards would be the same for everyone. I mean, there's clearly history here that council's already done that once before, of removing that condition. It's just that balance of they're going to have a substandard road for the development. I don't know that it's gonna be in public works budget to fix this up, so it's sort of, they'd have to potentially deal with substandard. And 10, 20 years, I don't know when public works might get to reconstructing that road, right? So it's balancing what we want to achieve here.
What is the status of the road right now?
That's just asphalt. I'm just looking at street view and condition isn't great.
So it's an asphalt road, it's not a gravel road?
Well, it's turning into gravel, but yeah, condition of the road was.
But doesn't the road belong to the city? So wouldn't the city be responsible for paving the road?
The upgrades necessity of the development, so it's a developer requirement to upgrade the road. There's no need for the city to upgrade on its own, but because they're improving the land, it's a developer driven.
How are they improving the land? Remind me again, sorry.
They're constructing sorry, what did you say? A social.
Brand new building?
No, well, it's a storage facility. They're constructing storage units to store the things that get donated.
Okay.
And keep it safe. And then the iView is showing its chip seal.
Thanks.
I see. Well,
Is there a way that we can, instead of getting to urban standard, can we just get them to re-chip seal it?
or an asphalt overlay?
I mean, we can go back to Public Works and get comments, see if you want.
But what I don't understand is that if we approve the zoning without this, why is this back here again?
Sorry, the subdivision rezoning happened 2020. And they're coming back now again with a new application for a different purpose.
But it's the same entity, but a
Same
different
entity.
purpose. Was the purpose that radically different that it allows us to change the service agreement?
No, but because it's a subdivision rezoning, we have the ability to put the condition in. Condition was removed previously. I believe there was some complaints about the road, so we're in this position now.
Do we have the ability at this committee to waive that condition?
Yeah. We have done it. Typically it's for other reasons, but this is a good reason. I didn't say that. Anyway,
I just find it's kind of just for like a shed, and then you're just asking them to repave the road, but it's responsibility of the city of Winnipeg.
yeah, I agree with you. I agree. I don't know. What are your thoughts? So what exactly are we upgrading on?
The entire length from Archibald to the dead end.
So this is all under number 3 plain. So and Roman numeral 1, Roman numeral 2, Roman numeral 3, and Roman numeral 4. Roman numeral 4. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was all items.
That's all new.
That will have to be installed, yes.
These are all new that were not part of the original.
Yes, because
zoning.
the original approval did not require them to do these things.
Okay, I'm gonna move the approval of the report with deletion of item 3. That would resolve it. I don't know. I don't think it's fair. I think that's an existing road that is our responsibility to maintain, not theirs.
Unless they want to do a local improvement, right? They could still do a local improvement if they wanted to.
But who's gonna vote?
There's also, I believe on the schedule for granular road repair, when it comes to chip seal.
They would vote it down.
Public Works has a policy around that on how often they have to redo them anyway. So this will be on cycle of some sort that they'll come and redo it regardless.
See, if this was in the Transcoma board and we work with not-for-profit groups, we would come up and earmark our local streets budget and make sure that we make that work there, right? That's I know. That's how we do it. I would just say, you know what, redirect.
Councillor Wyatt's motion is before us now to delete clause 3 in its entirety.
From section 4, servicing conditions.
And I'm sure Councillor Santos would have done the same as Councillor Schreier. And Councillor.
Okay.
from section 4 servicing conditions of revised Schedule B.
Revise the numbers, yeah, accordingly.
Section 4.
Yeah, section 4, item 3, yeah.
And that wouldn't affect any of the other conditions within the ACG.
I don't think it will.
Great.
So
We'll review it regardless, tomorrow.
renumbering.
And then you're gonna have to come back to.
Number?
I think they keep them.
Okay.
Yeah, they put a line through.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay. Any questions? Good. We'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Number 16, this is the zoning agreement amendment of 950 McMillan. Could I have a overview of public service here? It looks like
Sure.
community did not concur in the recommendation of the public service.
That's correct. This is a zoning agreement amendment application for 915 McMillan, which is at the northeast corner of McMillan and Stafford in City Center Ward, the City Center District. We supported the zoning agreement amendment. The condition was that the project be built in substantial conformance to the plans that were submitted back in 2021. Since there, the design and plans have changed due to costs. Mainly, the original plans had an underground parking, and now that was deemed not economically viable. So they have surface parking that's enclosed by the building. Provided a new set of plans. However, City Center was not keen on the changes and did not support the zoning agreement amendment.
Are there any specifics that they were not keen on?
Yes, like I mentioned, the change from underground parking to more surface parking, felt that that would impact some of the traffic patterns in the area. The original proposal included varying heights on the building. You know, some were lower and some were higher. Now it's more of a solid, rectangle. That was a concern. The number of dwelling units went up from 22 to 30, also for economic viability. And that wasn't a big concern for the community committee because of our lack of housing. There were also some minor things. There was going to be an outdoor commercial patio with the original proposal. That was removed. There was also going to be some balconies on the north and the south faces of the building, and those were removed. So several changes. So the project was not in conformance with the drawings that were submitted in 2021, and that's why they came forward with the zoning agreement amendment.
This is how many years later?
4.
4 years later.
3.
3, okay.
Although it should be noted that this building comes up and addresses the street in the sort of walkable mixed use complete communities format that Complete Communities in our Winnipeg puts forward, and that economies have changed since 2021, and so that should be noted.
Did they not have 2 years before, 2 years to act on this before it came back to committee or back to the city?
Yeah, well, it's within 2 years. If they have additional variances, they have to go back to community committee if it was a rezoning that was heard at community committee. In terms of when they come forward with actual construction, there's not a time period. However, I should mention as well, there's a series of variances involved with this new design as well.
So there were variances involved.
Yeah, there were variances previously. They were appealed but approved in 2021. There's variances now. They were approved administratively, and they are going to an appeal hearing April 23rd. So in addition to this application, there's a variance application.
So there were variances in 2021, and if there are variances, they have 2 years to decide?
No, they have, if there's variances and then they come forward with new variances, if it's within 2 years, they have to go back to community committee to get those variances heard. But
they do not have to act, they do not have to still begin construction within 2 years?
No, there's no, unless there's a condition like that, which there's not.
I always thought there was a two-year limit in terms of variances and an obligation to begin construction. Where am I getting that from? I made it up.
Well,
well, we were something on Talbot Avenue. I believe on Talbot, they were supposed to begin construction within 2 years. There was an obligation because of the way it went through City Hall. Is there anything that makes sense regarding construction and approval and a 2-year limit?
there may be, there typically it's often a condition on the approval that says within 2 years. I'm not sure, Counselor, maybe you've got me on that one, maybe.
Was it a city property?
Nope.
Maybe it's variances. The variances expire in 2 years.
That's what I'm talking about.
There may be, but yeah, they've reapplied for the for the zoning agreement.
The only issue with this is just the parking. They want like no parking?
No, they had originally underground parking and now
They have it above parking?
above ground
So the only
parking.
concerns at community committee was the parking?
Parking, the change in the building design, the lack of a commercial patio.
Yeah.
And removal of balconies.
Yeah, there were a bunch of concerns. I listened to the hearing and there were interesting concerns about the overall look of the building. I don't know.
And there's neighborhood opposition.
Okay. But this is just a zoning, it's not like a plan approval. Would the plan approval come back to community committee?
You could add a condition like that.
Right? So like if there's concerns about what the facade looks like, with the balcony, with the plans, just bring it back to community committee, right? Because this is just a zoning agreement.
Amendment.
Yes. You're just amending.
So you could.
The zone, right?
Yeah.
Which is
no, they're amending a condition in the zoning agreement.
Yeah.
That said, the development must substantially conform to the plans that were submitted in 2021. So they want to amend that condition, take it out, but you could add a new condition as this goes forward to EPC.
And just to be clear, the parking that is being proposed before you today is completely internal to the building and on the first floor. It's just not underground parking anymore. It's on the first level of the building, but it's completely surrounded by buildings. So there's storefront on two sides, as you'll see on page 18. And then, you know, of course, just the building, the dwellings above for the 3 stories above. Is there, okay.
I would support Councillor Santos there to get this thing along the way here to bring plat approval back to quadruple C there. And then the area councillor and the committee can speak to it again, except we will have units built.
So you're moving?
I'm not moving
It's like
anything,
an
but
amendment.
Santos.
I would amend it so that the plan approval would go to community committee, right? Because
Does anyway.
we're just doing a zoning. No, it doesn't. They said it doesn't.
So the plan approval also doesn't speak, like, I just want to be clear here, so we're not sending these folks through the ringer, is that it wouldn't be like redesigning the whole building.
That would be up to the community committee review. They would submit plans, maybe based on what they heard at the public hearing. Maybe they could make some tweaks, but prior to development, they would have to bring the plans back if you moved a motion like that.
Again, before, can you make it subject to not issuing development? I don't know. How did we do that last?
Yeah, I have some recommended wording that perhaps after maybe Madam Clerk, do you read out the wording?
Sure. So just to confirm, so the community committee recommended rejection.
Yeah.
If this committee would like to do something different and not concur in the recommendation of the City Center Community Committee and recommend, if the intent is to move what the public service originally recommended in their report, you could then add a small change to that original wording, like as James has indicated. So that recommendation 1 would read that the zoning agreement dated December 17th, 2020, the zoning agreement entered into pursuant to development application number DAS 18 of 2020 and registered against the title to the lands described therein as caveat number 539224-2/1 be amended by deleting clause 2B, which states the development is constructed in substantial conformance with the plans approved by council on December 17th, 2020 in connection with DAS 18 of 2020, and replacing with the following. B, that the owner must submit plans showing the location and design of any and all proposed buildings, accessory parking areas, garbage enclosures, fencing, and landscaping on the owner's land to the City Center Community Committee and the Director of Planning, Property, and Development for approval prior to the issuance of any building or development permit, and thereafter must construct the works in substantial conformance with the approved plans and maintain the works to the satisfaction of the director.
That's what I was thinking of. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I would do that.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not.
Because it would go to community committee, the plans, and then, but it would also be approved by the director in conformity of the certain plans, like they still have to go to community committee.
Yeah, I just don't want to see this whole thing potentially redesigned. Like I'm looking at the images here and I did in the public hearing. It looks like it fits in the community.
Yeah, it does.
Exactly following. So, I mean, there's some
Well, you can
considerable
remove
cost
community
to
committee
redesign
and just
buildings, so
a
they-
plan of the director, right?
I don't want to make predictions, but there could be a difference of opinion by the community committee. But
So,
you're right. But that's.
I mean, just to be clear, this parking is like an enclosed first level parking garage with an overhead door that closes. Like there will be no cars visible from the street.
Is that what the issue was, is cars visible to the street?
That was one of their two things, that there's no longer underground parking, that it's now first floor parking. But it's fully enclosed and it has it is within the building footprint.
I mean, I sat on this committee with Councillor Rollins for 2 years and I'm just confused by the rejection, to be honest with you.
You sat on which committee,
I sat on this committee with Councillor Rollins for 2 years and I'm confused why this would be rejected, but
I'm not surprised yet. That's why I bothered to make my comment.
yeah, for sure, fire away.
No, I don't know what else to say other than I have experience with these councillors, including Councillor Olico, and there's been a disagreement in terms of what's acceptable for the area. That's all, but I'm not going to say any further. That's for them to explain. And we've had publicly on record conflict.
Mr. Chair, the supporting reasons are written out in the document online here, so you can see exactly what the supporting reasons.
Is there a motion on the floor right now, Mr. Chairman, or no?
Councillor Santos was.
Are you moving approval subject to something or? what was it?
Yeah. Leah had read it out loud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But then you were contemplating a modification that says just plan review
Plan review through administratively instead of the community committee, because technically plan approvals, they just go there, you show the plans, you can't necessarily change anything, they're just showing the plans. People who have come out kind of misunderstand community committee when they come out for plan approvals. They think they can go out in opposition, and I get that. There was, how many were in opposition that came out?
I think about 11.
Okay.
And as I said, there's also variances that are being appealed. April 23rd.
Just by the community.
Then just not, when is the appeal happening? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
April 23rd.
Can we not just lay this over until then?
Yes.
See what happens with the variances?
That's an option.
Being appealed by who?
The local neighborhood.
Yeah.
Well, why are they appealing if she rejected it?
We supported it. The variances were separate.
Oh, I see.
Community committee rejected just the zoning agreement amendment. We supported the variances because they were a director approval process.
Well, and I thought all plan approvals go to community committee.
No,
Only if there's a condition.
condition, yeah.
Oh, I guess that's just EKT that makes sure it's there.
Is that how it works for you?
I guess it is. Yes, he honestly, he doesn't.
I don't know any better.
Well, no, we just make sure we're
Been there
very
for 10
involved in
years.
our elevations
Yeah,
and trees and bikes.
exactly.
Tracks and everything. Oh,
But you
yeah.
can't really change
didn't know
the
that.
plan.
You cannot change the zoning, but you can change the plan, like we did once, Councilor Schreier's area, we improved the parking configuration for better emergency vehicle.
Just a couple of months ago, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know, I'm of the mind that we overturn the community committee decision and approve this. I agree with the director. That's my thought, but anyway. I'll do what the will of the committee
I
decides.
mean, we have two very similar thoughts here. Councillor Santos looking to plan approval to go back to the administration, and Councillor Wyatt straight up will return it. So
Overturn is subject to, the only thing I would say is that plan approval does go to community committee.
Well, then that's what Leah should read out.
You're overturning her decision?
I'm overturning the community committee's decision.
Yeah.
To approve it,
Oh, you
but
didn't-
subject to plan approvals go to community committee.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, good.
No brainer.
There you go. Sorry. It should always go
Or,
to community committee.
or if we want to support the community committee, but because they also have an appeal on the variances, we can wait.
We're gonna
wait
have a
over.
busy agenda next. Let's be proactive. I agree over, so you're saying support the administrative recommendation.
Correct.
Other than the plan approval going to community committee after.
which then potentially changes the whole building.
Well, yes and no. At the end of the day, it's a zoning.
I mean, here, I'd ask the public service, if I'm on that committee and I want to change everything about the building, can I?
No.
The elevations, you can't change the insides.
No, well, sometimes when you start to affect changes, you start to affect the zoning regulations too. If you start moving the building or changing side
You can't
yards,
do that. no.
parking, so it's more minor changes, but you can, request additional balconies, you can request,
Materials.
materials,
Look.
heights.
Balconies, so it depends if they're set in or not, right? Like that really is the issue, right?
Okay, so what I'm hearing from the public service is that plan approval would not have any significant potential changes to what we have before us here that was initially rejected by the community committee. Yeah.
Depends on what you call significant,
And there's variances as well, and if the variances don't get approved, then they may have to change the design anyway.
Okay.
But keep in mind, you always have the ability to appeal upon approval to here. Right?
That is true, right?
Yeah.
No, there you go.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Councillor Wyatt's many moons of experience here have brought us to this point.
Useless
Who's moving
information
it?
other than seeing it.
240. Councillor Santos is moving
The amendment.
to
Good move.
overturn the community committee recommendation and revert to the public service recommendation with plan approval, going back to city center community committee.
Is that what you read out loud, Leah? What you originally read out? Yeah, okay. So move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that is carried.
And were the amendments on item 17 that big?
One minor amendment, I believe, was picked up.
That's not a big deal?
No, one thing was deleted. It was a general comment, and that general comment be addressed through the parks planning process, and the other was to just install additional fencing along the rail line. So no concerns there.
And a letter.
Yes, there's another required amendment.
Oh.
So when that change was made by community committee, it made a change to Schedule B.
Yeah.
In recommendation 1A.
Yeah.
They flipped it to, sorry, I can't remember if it's B or C. So recommendation 1A currently reads attached as attached as Schedule D to this report. Sorry,
We deleted the general comments. Parks does not recommend a pathway. Oh, that's still there.
yes, it's changing the sidewalk plan, right? So the community committee had recommended that they delete Schedule C and replace with Schedule D. And that took place in recommendation
Where's Schedule D? I have Schedule D here.
1D.
1D.
Yes, and then there is currently still a reference to Schedule C in recommendation 2. So clerks asked the planner if that was just an oversight.
I sat on this committee. I just gotta remember it again.
Is there anything that causes anybody concern with the changes to the active transportation and sidewalks?
No, because that'll be addressed, like I said, through the parks planning process. So it'll come up when they start actually constructing.
Are you sure it doesn't affect their ability to?
Not right now, no.
Okay, all right. So I'll move it. Or no, I'm sorry, Councillor Santos. Sorry, I apologize.
I'm just thinking like there needed to be changes.
Just a numbering or reference to a
Numbering?
schedule,
Okay,
just to clarify that it's the right schedule that's being referenced.
yes.
So it's a
Okay,
minor.
so the Schedule C, the sidewalks multipath, that's already here that we're seeing right now, that is the correct plan? Is that the correct schedule?
Yes, sorry, so schedule.
Okay, let me, can you just give us a second? I'm gonna go back on the
Okay,
payments
sorry.
and go back to LSWD.
You done with this, Jake?
Prepare this, but,
Thank you very much.
yes, okay. So Community Committee originally recommended that Schedule C be replaced with Schedule D in recommendation 1, which they did. But recommendation 2 also references Schedule C. So
Recommendation 2, where's that on the?
on the second page, should
Right at the bottom of
Oh,
two.
Of the report?
Yeah,
of the public or the recommendations that came forward to this committee.
Okay, so on page 2, item 2, the Winnipeg zoning bylaw be amended by rezoning the subject land?
yeah,
That
and then on the
paragraph?
last line, it says Schedule C
Yes.
of that
Okay,
paragraph.
District, in accordance with the proposed bylaw attached as appendix A to this report as shown on map dated and attached as schedule C to this report, subject to the following condition. Okay, so it says schedule C, so that's correct. Is that wrong?
It should actually be Schedule D
Oh, yeah.
because Community Committee flipped the Community Committee amended the recommendation in recommendation 1 to delete Schedule C and replace with Schedule D.
Okay,
So they're, in order to reflect that change,
okay, you need to
That
do
change
a
also-
slight amendment to recommendation 2.
yes,
Okay, so delete schedule C to say schedule D
yes,
to this report, subject to the following conditions, and then it goes A, and then
Mhm.
1, 2, 3.
Mhm.
Okay. But then if we look at
We're doing that now.
the actual agenda, 17, appendix A, schedule B, schedule C, that schedule C is the correct. Or should that be schedule D, sidewalks, multi-use pathways? That's what I'm trying to understand. Because it looks right on LSWK, and I'm looking at the public hearing. I'm not too sure. I know it's late in the day.
oh, no, that's okay, Counselor.
Sorry, guys, just hold on.
So what was provided to Community Committee? There was this Schedule C to the report, which outlined the sidewalks and multi-use pathways.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't at this hearing.
Yeah, I know.
And maybe the public service could speak to this, but my understanding is that, like, in the minutes from the LSWK Community Committee,
Yeah,
the Community Committee amended the recommendation of the public service
yeah.
to change Schedule C to Schedule D.
Okay,
And
I see
schedule-
that here, yeah.
Schedule D is what's included in the report. It's as the ad cut, it sort of looks like.
Okay,
And so I had noticed that in recommendation 2, it also references the former Schedule C. So we reached out to the planner to ask if that was intentional or an oversight. And she advised that it should be corrected as well.
But are you just saying in the minutes?
No, it,
In the minutes of the LSWK, I see Schedule D for file DAZ, which is page 29, is the LSWK Community Committee dated February 12th. I'm looking at the minutes of the February 25th Lord Selkirk West Kildoran Committee.
Any references to Schedule C in the recommendations onto EPC need to see Schedule D.
Say that again?
Any reference to Schedule C in the recommendations coming to this committee and potentially going for DPC need to say Schedule D, not Schedule C. So there was two references. One got caught in recommendation 1. The second one in recommendation 2 wasn't caught and needs to say Schedule D, not Schedule C. Correct?
I mean, I would defer to the planners, but.
That's what it is, correct?
this-
Yeah, that's
There
my
should be no
understanding.
reference to Schedule C anymore because there's a new schedule. Schedule D replaced Schedule C. Any reference to Schedule C in the report needs to now say Schedule D.
Okay. Clear as mud. I'll move that amendment.
Moved by Councillor Santos. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That is carried. That brings us to the end of our reports here. We do have some new business, motion to hear new business.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Shire, all in favor?
Nay.
Do we need?
Nay.
What?
Nay.
All in favor?
What's happening? I thought we were doing this amendment here.
All in favor of hearing new business?
New business. Okay.
I don't wanna, I don't like amending the capital budget on the fly without a report.
All in favor of new business?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Councillor Schreier?
Yeah, well, let's go for new business.
Okay. Opposed? Councillor Wyatt? Okay, we'll hear new business. So, motion here before us is in regards to the funding for the Wildwood Golf Course Clubhouse. This is not new funding. It's outlined in the, it was outlined in the 4-year capital budgets.
I can give a really simple explanation to what's
Please,
going
thank
on
you.
here.
Yeah.
This committee approved the Wildwood Golf Course lease in January.
Right.
And it included an amended budget sheet. What happened was the capital budget, which was coming out after this, had the old sheet and had the old reference. So committee and council ultimately approved a budget sheet in January that the capital budget was different. We didn't have time to reprint the budget. So it really was just an error.
Clerical error.
Yeah, like in January, if we could have said, this is the new budget sheet and all future ones should reference this one, then we would have been good.
All right.
So it was just a matter of timing. We couldn't correct it in the actual budget.
Right.
That's all that happened.
It was the last minute.
No changes to the capital.
Nothing
It's
nefarious
just
going on.
basically replacing the
Yes,
sheet.
we're just ensuring that you don't look at the capital budget and say, this doesn't align with what council approved the month prior. It's just to make sure.
What our good friend Ben.
Nothing yet.
Yeah, blame Ben. Blame Ben.
I'll move the amendment.
Okay.
The motion?
The motion?
Yeah, I'll support the public services. What do you call it?
But just
Recommended to the, what is this? I'll support the motion. Oh my goodness.
Well, just a question on the motion then, that's being moved by Councilor Sanders. Is there such an urgency that we can't have a report that typically would come with something like this?
The problem is, the tenant is starting to construct and needs the money. Yeah, and it's just, we're trying to get it to them as quick as possible.
Okay, and it's probably subject to their fundraising and everything else. Okay, fair enough. Gotcha.
And subject to us wanting it open and Nevada.
Okay, great. So
Well, considering that it's sort of your explanation, number one, and Mr. McGowan did amazing work for downtown Winnipeg and everything else, so on.
Okay, yeah. So the motion regarding Wildwood, moved by Councillor Santos, All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That was carried unanimously. Another piece of new business has been circulated.
Where?
Look at it.
I don't have it.
My computer's off.
Circulated it,
At 5:03.
5:03.
In regards to PPD reporting motion.
5:03.
Do we have to deal with it today? What is it about?
I'll bring it forward next meeting.
Yeah, let's read it. Good idea.
All right.
Move German.
German moved by Councilor Wyatt. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
210 moons of Russ Wyatt on city council. 210 moons, what does that mean?
Josh, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
That's scary.
We'll see you back here. Thanks very much.